redemption here, no soul to save. Each table tells a story etched in sand. The True Crime Cafe, where the end begins. True Cafe, the True Crime Cafe. Coffee black like the sins in my mind. Sitting here where the lost souls unwind. Blood stains on the counter never fade. This is where the guilty come to trade. True Crime Cafe, where the secrets spill. Every cup's a confession, every shot could kill. Underneath the neon lies a dark ballet. Dancing with our demons at True Crime Cafe. The barista's got tattoos of broken dreams. Eyes like a crime scene torn at the seams. The jukebox plays a dirge for the damned. In this twilight world where nothing is planned. True Crime Cafe, where the secrets spill. Every cup's a confession and every shot could kill. Underneath the neon lies a dark ballet. Dancing with our demons at True Crime Cafe. The coffee's bitter like a lover's last fight. The air's electric in the neon light. A place where lies and truths collide. Order a double shot and swallow your pride. Smoke curls up like whispers from the grave. No redemption here, no soul to save. Each table tells a story etched in sand. The True Crime Cafe, where the end begins.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. It is Saturday, and we're back in the cafe today, heading back over to Idaho once again, per request. We're going to have a post-hearing open discussion, talk about where the case is at as of now, and things, the way things are running right now, I guess you could say, and whatever Sarge is going to be joining me today, and anybody else that decides to pop up here, I guess. I probably open up the phone lines and everything, guys. Let's talk it out. See where we're at, what we're doing, what we think, what we feel. That being said, you know what's next. Here we go. Good morning,
What
everybody. Sarge, what's going on with you? How are you?
I'm doing awesome. I mean, I can't remember a day that I hadn't been doing awesome.
Neither can I.
Life is awesome. To be alive is awesome.
It is. I have to agree with you. It's wonderful to be able to stand up, taking a breath, and walk, and keep doing that. So, yes, I agree. It's a great thing.
You know, not for anything, but that haircut reminded me of Bert from the Bert and Ernie cartoon.
Hey, Bert. Yes.
Hey, Bert.
Hey, Bert.
It must just be the way you didn't comb it today.
I don't comb it. I just take my hand and go and walk
away.
Done. That's why I did that. Yes, it's easier.
Where's Biff?
Biff is not here yet. I'm sure that she will be soon. I'm sure she will be soon. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Grab your tea, whatever it may be. Come on in, sit down, have a conversation with Saj and me and whoever else decides that they'll be.
Where's Jesse?
I don't know yet. Well, let's see. It's 11:26 a.m. my time, your time. So, Jesse, it's probably midnight.
Somebody linked me over to one of these streamers that solved the crime by watching videos that are as pixelated as the pixelation can be.
Oh, okay.
And how they're showing that I'm the crazy one for pointing out the only evidence of the crime is in this hearing, and the evidence that's been released to us is 417. And
they called you crazy, huh?
Well, I'm the crazy one. They got videos from 225 and 315. You know, it's the Bubbly Waters crew. And it wasn't her specifically, but one of the people that like to tell us what to see in these videos.
Yes, right? I understand.
It's awesome, bro. I'm getting popular.
I understand for sure.
What the hell?
It happens.
Sure, man. That's nice.
It is what it is. It's gonna get even better. We got 2 months. We'll see.
Well, did he rule on the continuance?
Not that I know of yet. I haven't seen any new documents. I looked this morning, unless they fall. Let me look again real quick, because that does happen to me. I went live.
It does out of the blue, man, and they do it on the Friday night.
Yeah, well, hell, I went live one day and there was no documents, and like 15 minutes into my live stream, they dropped 12 documents, and I said, "Shit, okay, hang on, guys."
Yeah,
it happens.
What are they trying to do? Snub you? Look who's in the chat room.
Who do we got in the chat room? Let's see.
The dude with cat scratch fever.
The dude with cat scratch fever. I don't even know who you're talking
Remember
about.
That song? Ted Nugent?
Ted Nugent. Yes, I do. Hell yeah.
Quiet Riot. A lot of old bands, man. Good.
Who do we have in here? There's Jesse right there. Let's see. We got Circus Music back in the house today. Beach Babe, welcome back. Alicia J. Hey. Meg P. Always happy to see you, Miss Meg.
Yeah, it does, Circus.
Jesse Schul's in the house. There he is. Let me go ahead and pin this already then. That way he can join us as well. It is there. 1 minute, everybody. And bam. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Nope, we don't want to do that.
God. RB God. What is that?
There we go. StreamYard. Jeff H.
It says RB God 8H6W. Are you a god?
No idea. Rollo Moto. Welcome, Rollo. Let's see.
Jesse's got work to do.
You always got work to do.
It's Saturday, Jesse.
It's midnight for you, Jesse. What are you talking about? Work?
Yeah. More excuses.
Donna Salamander.
Got more excuses than Dago has hair.
I got plenty of that still, thank you.
He's got a lot of excuses.
Yeah. Yes. Miss Jacqueline Keeley, welcome back to you. Let's see here. SRBBB, thank you for being here. Meg P, let's see. Hang on here just a minute. Oh, shui. Feng shui.
Is Biff in here yet? Someone mentioned, mentioned it. They mentioned the name.
I didn't see her yet. Lane Cleardale. Really around during lives, mostly listen and lurk, but always thank you. Appreciate that. Me, myself, and I. Good to see you today. All of you. All three of you. Let's see. Jesse said, I will join. Yeah, we'll be here 30 minutes to 40 minutes. Jesse. Sarge, do you play guitar?
No.
I didn't think so.
No. I never played musical instruments, and I'll be very honest with you. I only know some of my bands because I've listened to their music so many times, but I've never attempted to memorize who sung what. If I like the song, I like the, I use it for pure entertainment, and I have no interest in actors, actresses, movies. I never really paid any attention to who did what or who said what.
Right.
Like I showed the other day, that Cheech and Chong one.
Yeah.
Where I say my, I won't repeat it here, but that I remember. Silly things like that I'll stick to.
I'm surprised because I would think that you probably, if you ever picked up an instrument, you'd probably be pretty good at it.
I always wanted to sing.
Well,
to be very honest with you. Yeah.
Let's not try that out on my platform. Let's see what happens there. We can try that on your platform.
Really?
Mm.
You're just going to come right out and just kick me in the nads just like that?
I love you to death. You know that. That's why I did it.
I got you the other day, didn't I?
Yeah. And the day before that.
I'm on a roll, Dago.
Yes, I know. We'll have to
fix time to go solo.
Oh, now he's Vanilla Ice. Okay.
Holy shit.
There we go.
That's who it is, Vanilla Ice. You're right.
Oh, I'm very good with music lyrics, sir. Justice is in the house. Good to see you. I don't know. I don't think that would change that, Jeff. Just saying.
What's good about CJ's video, Justice?
Yeah, really. I didn't see. I don't watch, so
I haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah.
I was under the impression he got booted or something. But what do I know?
I heard he did, but he fixed it or something. I don't know.
Not good for him.
Not my business.
None of my business.
Not my business.
So,
yeah. Oh no. Yep. Meg, go get Biff for Sarge. He's asking.
He asked
for it twice now.
No Biff, no stream. That's what I say. You gotta have a Biff.
Well, she helps with the facts. She's very good at it.
Yeah. She
I'd love to see Miss Potts. If Miss Potts could pop in here, I haven't seen her in a minute.
Miss Potts is pretty awesome. She's like she's like the I call her the AI when she's reading these documents.
She's like, yeah, she can definitely read the documents and like
an AI, man. Yeah.
Yes. I just call out the don't look here, don't look there. There's nothing there. Ridicule mentality. Gee, you can stay pixelated, but ain't nothing there. That wasn't just look. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, Rolo. I don't know what you mean there, but okay.
You concentrate on solving the crime and ignore the case against Kohlberger because it's not about the case in court. It's about everything except that. It's awesome. Awesome.
Nothing that I've seen, Miss Charlotte. Not yet. Nothing yet. Of course.
No, we're on the hunt, though. We're on the watch, aren't we?
Always. Yes. And anybody that has, of course, that's what we're here for. Throw it out there.
Right.
We will review it. Raquel, welcome back to you.
What do you think of the Karen Reed case and somebody's juror interviews there, Dago?
They're interesting. That's for sure. Definitely interesting. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, like I said, it all came down to the taillight, and that they had the video of the car being recovered with a good taillight. That was the end of the game. Game over. I don't care how many stories you tell. And it disturbed me with those puncture wounds inside of the sleeve of his hoodie. That really disturbs me. That how can an officer not understand that those were dog penetrations?
They absolutely were. As soon as I saw it, when I covered the first trial, when I covered it, I didn't cover it like deeply, but I covered it enough to get the surface stuff out there. And as soon as I pulled that up, somebody sent me the pictures of his arm, like his arm without the coat on. I was like, oh my God, those are definitely dog bites. I mean, I've seen many of those. I've treated them myself. Right. I've wrapped all of that. That's dog bite. And you can see where he tried to pull his arm away.
Right.
That's why they drug back. I said, I know how that works, folks. And like, no. That was from the taillight. No, it wasn't. You got to come on.
Every wound, every bit of damage on the sleeve was a puncture. Yeah. Every bit of it. Not one single tear, not one rip. That dog really bit down on his arm, and he pulled his arm away, tried to get away from the dog.
Yes, he did. 100%.
Maybe he kicked the dog. Maybe the dog attacked him, and he fought back with the dog, and that could have caused a conflict inside the house. I mean, you could theorize all day long, but the bottom line is there's no way that taillight put clean puncture wounds through the sleeve of his hoodie. That's just crazy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Here's what I think happened. I think he went in the house. There was a confrontation that happened, and the guy got into it with the dog's owner, and the dog attacked him,
Yeah.
or the dog was sicked on him, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the dog took him down, tore him up, and they kicked the shit out of him. Because another thing that everybody didn't pay attention to was when they showed the autopsy photos of John, both of his eyes were completely swollen shut. There, okay. When if he got hit by a car, it wouldn't have affected this. Okay, no, it would have been everything down below
You're
his
right.
head, in my opinion.
There should have been bruising on the body itself.
All
There should have
over.
been bruising on the thigh.
Yep.
The rib could have been cracked. There should have been the bone in the arm should have been cracked. You get hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles an hour. And look, no one's confirmed this, but I suggest that 24-mile-an-hour speed was her spinning the tires going backwards, not the vehicle moving at that
Oh,
speed.
it was, Sarge, because she couldn't have gotten up.
Yeah.
There was not enough momentum possible in that space that she was in for that to happen. It was the tire spinning, and that absolutely makes sense.
Where was the bruising on the arm? Where was the impact damage on the arm? That was everything in that case is like the Koberger case. It's all, this is what we're going to tell you to believe, and you better believe it because we're the law.
They were definitely dog bites, 100%. I mean, anybody that has any kind of medical background that's ever treated dog bites or anything like that, as soon as I saw that, I knew what that was. Period. There's no two ways about it. I could agree with Jesse that it did very possibly start at the bar. And it went from there. Who knows? And maybe things were, they pretended to clear things up. These guys stick together, and he goes back there and bing bang boom.
I don't think they intended to kill the man.
I don't think so either. But
I don't think the goal was to kill him. And it was a fight that got out of hand, and the death is the fact they dragged him outside. Though we won't know, was he alive or dead when they put him out front? We don't know.
He could have been alive and just succumbed to his injuries because of the cold air and things like that.
Get him out of my house. I don't care where you put him. Get him out of here.
Well, what else makes any sense about redoing the floor in the basement area twice and then selling the house and the dog? Why would you do all of that? Okay, come on. None of that stuff made any sense to me unless you're hiding something. Sorry. And then the internet searches and it was all stupid. It's stupid.
Well, the fact that they brought the taillight in, the fact that they showed intricately how much damage was sustained to that taillight, and then the video of it being pulled onto a trailer with the taillight lit that shouldn't have been lit. You realize that they showed that the penetration went all the way into the LEDs and broke those circuits.
Yep.
So there should have been no light emanating from that taillight.
Nope.
And I'm glad this is what I mean with Koberger. Facts that are just plain facts. Like one juror said, people came in thinking she was guilty. But I'm sorry, a fact is a fact. You can't change that. You can't ignore that fact. If you said I hit you with a baseball bat, there better be something on the baseball bat. Your wound better be similar to the base, or forget about it.
Yep, that's a good point. Yes, sir, and yes, Rolo, I agree. There definitely would have been some taillight particles within his injuries and so on. And
inside the sleeve, that's right. There would have been
nothing. Not to mention the thing that got me the biggest was the Sallyport video, Sarge. Seeing that when they did that, I said, okay, here we are once again back in the corruption.
Where they inverted it? Is that the part you're having a problem with?
No, I don't have any problems with it. I saw what they were doing there. I mean, it's obvious what they were doing. They were, and then the whole taillight situation and all that bullshit with that. I mean, it's just a joke. Anybody that sees that stuff and still says, oh, there was no corruption, there was nothing, they didn't do anything wrong. Come on, really?
Someone's saying there was taillight in the hoodie. I didn't see that presented to the court. Did you?
Nope, I didn't either.
I didn't see that being presented to the court.
I have no idea. Never saw it. Sorry. Let's see real quick here. Lost Souls is in the house today. Good to see you. Mr. Scott Metalhead, welcome back. Bridget, great to see you. Miss Tara, thank you for joining us. Justice, I see. Tara said micro pieces. I never saw that, but okay.
73 in with 34 likes. Hit like, folks.
Yes, come on, guys. We can do that. Let's make a match if we can. I watched the first one, Scott. Or who said that? Tara. Sorry, the name's rolled. But I watched the first one. Nothing was different to me from that in the second. I watched clips of the second one. Glass on the bumper that didn't match any other glass had to be planted regardless. Thank you, Lane. Lane Cleardale. Thank you. I agreed. I agreed with that too. Good morning, Miss Bridget. Good to see you today. Guys,
I can't say that there was no glass in his hoodie. I didn't hear any testimony that made that argument or showed that evidence. I just never had.
I didn't either. Unless I missed
Not to
out
say
on
it didn't happen. I'm not saying that you're telling any falsehoods, but
it. Could have. It could have. Like I
I had
said, I
not
didn't
seen that.
see it all. But Miss Bonnie Bailey, my love, wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing good, feeling good, and we're grateful to have you here and see you today. I hope your treatments are going well, and always grateful when you pop in here. Stitches is in the house. Good to see you again. I hope the new treatment, by the way, Bonnie, is going to go well for you as well. Always in my thoughts and prayers here. That's a good point, Jesse. Can you imagine if Koberger had Alan Jackson? I like that attorney. He's a really no nonsense, to the point, get her done type attorney, in my opinion.
You know what? I'm not so sure Ann isn't going to do a fantastic job. I get the sense, I watch some of Lana's Truth and Transparency and the 7 filings for, the discovery issues that she's still having discovery issues, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, and she's been making motions and clamoring for the court to intervene and do something with this, right? And the bottom line is that go ahead.
The whole time. Yes, sir. Welcome, Kent. Good to see you. Tony Dewan, great to hit. Sorry, Sarge. Great to have you here. Good to hear, Bonnie. Thank you for telling me. I'm always worried about you, dear. Let's see. Yeah. I hope you're feeling better today, Miss Bridget, as well. Let's see here. I understand that the second trial was different than the first. I get it. My thoughts didn't change. They never did from what I saw. And that's fine. I'm not saying that how you feel on it, Tara, is wrong. It's just I don't think the same way you do on it. That's all. I'm grateful that she was found innocent on the murder charge.
Yeah.
I don't think she should have got anything, but that's just my opinion. I'm not a big. Let me be honest with you guys. I'm not a big fan of Karen myself. I don't think she's the greatest person in the world, but I don't think she deserved that. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Well, that again is a display of the ineptitude and the unlawfulness of these people that consider themselves judge, jury, and executioner.
Right.
That case should never have been brought against that woman, and we shouldn't have an opinion whether we like her or not, because it should never have been. She should have been charged with the driving issue, and that's it. Right?
But she was. She got a DUI and she got probation. So
OUI, I think,
or OUI, same thing. Yes, I get it. Aurora, hello and happy Saturday to you. And she says hello to you, Sarge. Sorry, haven't been
hello.
The last few weeks. Been very sick. I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope that you're feeling better. Appreciate that very much. Sarge does a great job over there as well. I think we dropped his link in here. We keep dropping that link if we can, please. Willie C.J. Miller, hello and welcome. Good to see you. Idaho's in the house, Sarge. Why perpetrate the false?
I don't know who that is. What thumbnail shows Brian Koberger in a hoodie? I don't know.
That hoodie pic you have in your thumbnail is AI altered. Try to be part of the solution.
Where?
I threw the picture out there. My thumbnail. Why perpetrate the false narrative about me? I'm not perpetrating it. You didn't get the point. The hoodie pic you have in your thumbnail is AI altered. Try to be part of the solution. Okay. If you understood, then that would be different. That's why I put it up there, because one picture is real and one's not.
Oh.
And Brian did take those pictures. What they did to those for the Dateline hit piece was Shane, I can't think of his last name right now, went in and he admitted to it. He altered the pictures to fit the Dateline thing the way he wanted it to. So I'm not perpetrating or whatever you're saying. I was just putting it out there to show one's real, one's not. One's been messed with, one hasn't. And what one of the big problems in the case is, that's why it's up there. So either way, you don't have to like it. I understand. Not everybody will. So be it. OCD Shaggy, hey, good to see you today. I never said you were making anything. What the hell are you talking about, Tara?
No, I honestly think she's referring to people in chat that are
Oh, I was going to say, I
haven't,
never said you were making
because we
anything.
both acknowledged that we hadn't heard it, but we don't discount her
Yeah, I
taking it.
never
She's
heard that.
telling us a story. We accept what she's
I
saying
just
at
never
face
heard it.
value. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I think people in chat may be saying something in response to her.
Listen, and I say this every day that we do these guys, and especially with this topic, we're not always going to agree. Hell with the Karen Reed and the Delphi, and we're not going to agree on that either. But we're not going to agree on everything, folks. But we can have
Right.
conversations and disagree as adults without going at each other's throats. And that's what this platform here does. And if we can't handle that, then we just don't need to be here. That's all. Good morning, Miss Katrinka. Thank you for joining us. I haven't
Yeah.
seen the third set, Kent, but I will check it out. And I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. Max Smith,
What is
welcome.
it?
Good to see you. Let me see who else we got popping in here. Absolutely, Idaho. Virginia Wolf, brother, good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. And that's back. We're not always right. I've been wrong many a times. In fact, I like to be wrong because I believe that's how you learn is by being wrong. Now,
Huh.
Sarge, that's a different story.
Oh, I don't mind being wrong. I love being shown where I made a mistake because it helps me rethink with that new data.
I just said the same thing in different words, but yes,
I've
that's
been
exactly
saying
what I
that for
mean.
years, man.
That's
Yeah.
what I mean.
First part of learning is being wrong. You didn't tie your shoes the first time, I guarantee it.
That's absolutely right. Let's see. True Crime, Dago, Sarge, Friday, yeah, would the public know when a special prosecutor? I would believe that they would allow for us to know. They should know. They said that it's going to happen. They gave Bill Thompson the task of finding one, so I would hope so. To assign to investigate the leaks, and yet again mentioned to the judge for action. Yes, she did, and he ignored her. Well, he acted like he was ignoring what she was stating. I have yet to see a document that shows a ruling on what she said, so we'll see.
In reference to
She made good points, I think. Go ahead. Sorry.
who made good points. No, finish your thought. I missed it.
Oh, and when she first presented during the hearing the situation for the continuance, the issues, the reasons why.
Okay.
She made good points. She brought up the Dateline episode that was a definite problem. Then she turns around and says again, July 11th, Your Honor, there's another show coming out, a series, a 4-part miniseries or something like that. She said that's coming out that's doing the same, that where there's actually witnesses that are testifying in the case that are speaking out. Now, guys, if that's not a problem in a case that has a gag order on it, and the judge doesn't address this, there's something not right there. Okay.
I think the judge said that he was going to appoint a special prosecutor
He
back
did.
when it first came up. And so
Yes, he did.
would we know? Not necessarily.
Well, I think
And should be aware of it, though.
There'd be a document, though, addressing it, wouldn't there?
I'm not so sure. I don't know, because it's not a very usual thing to happen in the middle of a proceeding.
Right. That's a good point.
And they don't want leaks, so why would they give us that data? Right. And then you're going to try to track down who the person is. And so it just, in this case, there may be an exception to the release of telling. Maybe I don't know that the judge would keep it from the parties, the defense and the prosecution.
No.
I wonder why couldn't he?
Well, he said that he tasked Bill Thompson. If you remember that hearing, he said that's going to be up to you basically to get that set up and moving. So if he's telling Bill to do it, then the prosecution's going to know about it. Now, if the guy or lady, whoever they choose, shows up in the courtroom, then we're going to know. Okay, but if not, then maybe they're not trying to let us know who it is. I don't know. Guess who tipped Delphi lawyers about the cameras they contained after trial from the farm store? I had been telling
Yeah.
Okay, Rolo. Thank you, sir. Miss Tandy, good to see you today, dear. Michelle F., welcome back to you. Trying to make sure I get everybody that comes in here.
I think you do a pretty good job of doing that.
I'm trying.
Just say hello to everyone. Hello, all. That's it for me.
Well, I like to be personal with everybody because I think it's important. Some people, this is the only person they'll get to talk to today, and that's important to me. So, Caroline Perstage.
I changed it. I said hi, most of you.
That's good. I like it. Hello, most of you. The rest of you, okay. I hope you guys are all doing well today, feeling good. A lot of the
I
FKR
hope they
people.
can identify the leaks. This whole case has gone so cuckoo.
It was interesting, and I know a lot of people were thinking on it, was that Smashley Jennings was not there for that hearing, which was a little odd. And I'm sure everybody went nuts and said, "Oh, there was her. They got rid of her." But we don't know that. So don't jump ahead of it, guys. We don't know yet.
And I don't like the guy that they brought in.
He's a goofball dude. That guy that was standing up there talking, I don't like the way. I just don't. Something about him bothers me. Something about him bothers me.
No, well, I think he was a Fed, right? Didn't he get fired or something because the Trump administration canned him or something to that effect? Wasn't he? He's a Fed. He works for the DOJ. I think he lost his position with the DOJ.
Are you talking about Hearst or Hertz or however you say his last name? That one, I think you might be right. Yeah,
right. Something like that happened. That brought him, and then Idaho took him in.
They take all the the misfits. Is that Misfit Island there?
Yeah,
Gen 7. She's got a lot of knowledge too, Sarge. She always presents very well when she comes in here and explains things, gives us info. The special prosecutor, in my opinion, can't prosecute unless there's a separate investigation to bring charges again. So I'm just curious on who is investigating who and who the investigation team is. Good point, Jen. Good point. Welcome, Karma Police. Wade, good to see you, bro. Ginger Hayes in the house. Hey.
See these names.
Yes, and that's one of the biggest things I was going to talk about today too. Is I think one of the biggest issues this case is going to have is jury selection. That's my opinion.
Oh, they all come down to that. But I honestly, if and that's what I said, Karen Reed would be found innocent as long as you could present the information in a simple. Just think how simple that is. They claim taillight. They claim the truck hit them. Here's a picture of the truck with a good taillight. When you can make it that simple, you almost can't lose.
Keep talking, Sarge. I got to grab something real quick. Come on. What's up?
No, those leaks are actually some of the leaks, Tony, that were disseminated were exculpatory to Brian. Some of the leaks were exculpatory that they framed to show it to be he's a scumbag. So some of those leaks are very damaging to the defense. His interaction at that pool was perfectly normal, but now the public has been told it shows that he's an incel or he's a weirdo, and that's the problem with these leaks. Exculpatory evidence that Brian probably would have presented at trial is now tainted. And I'd be very upset about that if I was the attorney. That sucks. Don't forget to smash that like button. Smash them up. Let's do a refresh on the tubes of you.
Tubes of you. Need some Z's. Good to see you. Donna Salamander. I think I already said hello, but hello again. Christy Nevada in the house. Another great up-and-coming creator. Guys, please put Christy's link in here, and let's drop that.
What's the name of her channel?
Christy Nevada.
Oh. I didn't know she had a channel.
I didn't either until a couple days ago, but I definitely want to get it out there, support it, and get everybody subscribing there. Emma Spear, good back. I want to thank whoever got me gifted me a membership to a channel you'll never see me in. Thank you for that. I got an email on that this morning. I'm like, oh yeah, no. OCD Shaggy. I like the Shaggy name. I'm a big Scooby-Doo fan. Wade is asking Sarge, do you think the leaks came from one person or different? I think it was a couple different personally, and then one in specific.
I think it was the FBI that made the leaks.
That's my thought, and I also think some of it came from Mr. Gonsalves himself too.
And like the Karen Reed case, do you see how they hid the FBI from the jury in the Karen Reed case?
Mm-hmm.
What is this pattern where they're hiding the actions of the FBI against the citizens of the countries they work for? They work for us.
That's a wild thing, ain't it, sir?
That's just unmentionable that they're allowed to do that.
Yes. Thank you, Christy. There's Sarge's link, guys. Please check out the Your Ass Hurts News Network. Sarge usually goes live when he does it every night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I join him as often as I can, and he comes to you raw and real, folks. No holds barred, no censorship. He just speaks his feelings, which is why I enjoy it, because it's real, folks. There's nothing, we censor some things in here too, but he don't, and he just tells you how his feelings are, and anybody else that's there does the same. So go check it out if you have not yet done it. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss it, and like the button, hit the like button, of course, too. Sorry.
Regardless of where the FBI comes down in a case, their involvement needs to be put on the stand, and it needs to be shown.
It can't be hidden. That's the biggest thing. Yes,
that's the chaos. We work for the people we work for. Well, the contractors didn't work. Technically, they did not work for the FBI. They worked for I forget the name of the company. Yeah. And that company was retained or hired by the FBI. Of course.
Right. Yes, Christy does have some audio to share, Jesse. That's true. Christy's been putting together some interesting stuff. That's why I want people to go check her out, please.
I think the FBI is a big part of the leak, because I think a lot of what Steve has put forward and his investigator may have come in contact with someone from the FBI.
I think either his investigator or his attorney has somebody with. Yes, that's my thought too.
Sure, I said that they were hired by the FBI. I do understand that, but they did not directly work as agents of the FBI. They were a contractor.
Yeah.
So there is that fine thread there.
Are you talking about ARCA?
Yeah.
Jen says that the FBI is part of it for sure. Law enforcement also purposefully leaks stuff, even if it's not true. They did in the Ramsey case. That's true too, Jen. Good point. Another big mess of a case. Rowena, welcome back. Lisa Hawkins, hello.
I don't see the importance of keeping the FBI away from being involved in a case they're involved in. And it's becoming a pattern. I don't know that these two cases, it's there. And I'm not sure that it's not a pattern in other court cases. And that's, I wonder. They're not the Gestapo, man. They're not a secret agency, right? They shouldn't be treated or given that kind of.
Yeah, it's not like it's the KGB. This is America. And I'll say this though. On the Idaho case, I gotta wonder if they pulled themselves back themselves, or if, you know what I'm saying, because of some of the stuff we know about what they were doing. Did they step back on their own, or did they?
Well, they never were supposed to step back, because they were never supposed to be mentioned by the police department.
That's it right there. Yes.
That's where it went off the rails. That they weren't supposed to mention the cops at all. It was supposed to be treated as a tip and kept them out of it. But they brought the FBI into it, these idiots in Idaho, which is good for us to see that this happened. So, I mean, it's,
of course,
it's a new scumbag move that these people are pulling behind the, pulling a wool over our eyes with.
100%. And don't forget though, here's the thing. And this was proven already. Before these murders happened in Idaho, there were two, not one, but two separate investigations involving the FBI and the DEA. What they were, I can't give you facts on that, because of course they're not going to tell anybody. So they were there doing their business, two separate agencies, okay, when this went down. I don't know if it has anything to do with the murders, guys, and I'm not saying that it does. I'm just saying they were there doing things.
Right.
And so it's known. It's known that they're there. There's documents on it, everything that they were there. And they're still trying to kind of step back out of the light. Is it because of that? That's why I brought it up. Is it because they don't want these other investigations they were doing exposed? Is that why they were trying to stay quiet and they didn't want them to use them? Those are the things I've been thinking about with it, and I wonder. So,
and the thing is, even the lead investigator, Mr. Payne, mentioned the FBI on the stand when asked direct questions about the transfer DNA, and he said he didn't know anything about a button snap. The FBI just gave them a name, Brian Koberger.
Yep.
So that's what I mean. That's exactly. He shouldn't even have known it was the FBI. Is the point? Well, what the FBI was trying to do, and I'm sure they do this in many cases where they provide assistance at actual investigative work, and then the agency, the prosecuting agency, calls it a tip, like an anonymous tip. But I'm sorry, when you invest time, manpower, and money into a case, you are part of that case.
Right. And that's why Ann wants to talk to Balance so bad, I think, because there's answers there, in my opinion. Or wanted to, I should say. She probably has, but just saying. Need Some Z's just said the FBI being left out of the Karen Reed case was solely the decision of the judge and the district attorney's office because their work directly harmed the state's case. Ryan's case is directly opposite. Yeah,
the FBI's work, in fact, does harm the case.
Yeah,
it harms the case because it mentioned a name, whereas they had already come up with name or names on their own. And Brian became part of a group of names and would have been even a bigger group had the local department chased down all the other samples to identify the owners of those samples. So there's multiple people that would be considered suspects, direct suspects, not ancillary out of the realm suspects when it comes to the DNA samples that went untested. And I suspect that's where Ann's going to get her alternative suspect from, and it's, again, it's funny because how prophetic was it for me to say that the police work is the exculpatory evidence that Brian will use to exonerate himself?
Yeah.
Right?
That's one of the things we're going to talk about too, Thomas. Or not that part, but the alternate suspect stuff too. Thomas Oksaka says that Hurwitz was assigned to the prosecution in order to protect the integrity of the FBI or the federal investigation. I'm sorry, but gotcha. That makes some sense. I just don't like him. I don't like him at all. There's something about him that just comes off just wrong to me. I don't know.
I think that in this country you have the right to confront your accusers. And if your accusers is 88 different law enforcement officials, wherever their jurisdiction may lie, they need to be named and produced to the defense so that they can question their accusers. Right. And so when you sneakily try to keep the FBI out of an investigation that they participated in, that's a violation of your rights. Not your rights. That's the government violating what's written in the Constitution. And that you have the undeniable right to confront your accusers. And so for the government to go and hide the accusers, that's a problem. It's a huge problem. And that's where I think a lot of the guilters and a lot of us that are on the other end of the fence that are looking for answers, we really want the Constitution that limits government's actions to limit their actions. And when they don't, for it to be exposed.
That's the biggest thing is they should have limitations as well. Just they're, like I said, they're not the CIA, they're not the KGB. They need to be regulated as they should be, and they're supposed to be, and they're not being. That's part of what the problem is in some of these cases, in my opinion, is that they basically have free reign. Do what you got to do. Just because you have the word federal in front of your name does not mean you should be allowed to get away with murder. Quite literally. Okay. So, that's the biggest problem, and people need to say something about it, or, not that we can make a difference, but if enough of us make enough bitch about it, then maybe we will. Who knows? Willie CJ Miller, thank you, sir, for your statement here. The FBI threw out a tip, but what's the show that they wanted to see if MPD would do a real investigation? Ann Taylor has stated multiple times that it absolutely was not a real investigation. We know that. And I've said many a times that Officer Payne, in my opinion, is a pawn. I don't believe that he went into this purposely to screw it up. I think he was, and again, this is why I believe this guy. The original lead detective on this for the first 24 hours was Barrett, okay? And for whatever reason, he was removed from this, and they brought in this guy that was the day before. He's only been with the police department for 2 years. He does have military background, all this and that, but he was a patrol officer. Okay, we saw video of him going door knocking for noise complaints and shit like that. Anyway, and within 24 hours, he's the lead detective. Are you kidding me? And they put him into this because they probably feel that has no idea. And I still don't believe, based on the show that I showed you guys that day about him being the lead detective. The FBI is the lead on this and has been, in my opinion, as far as investigation stuff. That's where all the big deal stuff come from. Brett Payne just does his job. He goes to work, does his job, doesn't ask questions. That's why he's there. He's a face and a body, in my opinion, and probably has no clue what was going on in the background on this.
No, he's exactly the systemic corruption within the system. Blatantly, you can see that with your eyes closed, and that he's being trained to do what he's told.
That's it, and that's what he
Not
does.
think about it, not question it, do it.
That's what he does, and that's why they wanted him on this, in my opinion. And when all this falls inward and it implodes, guess what? That dude's going to be the one that gets thrown under the bus and run over multiple times, and everybody else will walk away from it. That's my opinion. So, just saying. Let's see here. Thank you for that, Christy. Making sure I didn't miss anybody in here. Let's see. I guess Jesse's about to join us here, so I'll hold off on that. Danny said, amen to what you said there, Sarge, a few minutes ago.
That's really the big difference. There's a group of people that'll take what they're told and they'll accept it as fact, and they'll do everything they can to stick to that particular narrative. And let's be fair. There's a lot of these losers on the media. I mean, you look at all the narratives that the media has given you, and look at all the stuff that they won't tell you. I don't know if people know that the United States government has a patent on that coronavirus that was released. Did you know that?
I did know that. I saw that.
I only bring it up as just a simple example, but when you listen to the media, there's a narrative that they're telling us. It's got nothing to do with truth. It's got everything to do with they want to contextualize what you're seeing. And that's why I won't get involved with any of these alternative who did it streams, because I don't need your context. It's the case that I'm concerned with. And there's so much going on in this case that's just not right.
Yes.
That we can't unify around that simple point is kind of shocking to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Local last welcome. Chief Fry. He was in charge of doing that. He put him on the case 24 hours after the case happened. Like I said, Barrett was the first lead detective for the first 24 hours. Within 24 hours, they pulled him, and then they added Payne. And again, it's weird to see. It's weird. Phenomena Mom, welcome. Noni's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us, all you guys. 121 peeps in the house with 80 likes, guys. Let's make that happen, please, so we can get this in the algorithm. Hit that like button if you will, please, and thank you. So when that happened, okay, so we get Brett Payne added as the lead detective. Then we have Captain Lanier retires. Chief Fry retires. Quite a few other officers leave, retire, move on, go somewhere else. Why? Is it because of this, or is it just a coincidence? Just saying. Just saying. Thank you, Bonnie. And Miss Val's in the house. Good to see you. Love Tina. Good to see you as well. Make sure I'm not
let's just make this point. See, I don't think many people will disagree. The Karen Reed case and all those involved should be suspended and investigated for their ineptitude, and then demoted or removed for what they did here.
Agree.
That's reasonable, isn't it? I mean, imagine if you were working in a restaurant and you did all of the nonsense with the food that these people did with that investigation. You'd be canned outright. Or a dishwasher, or a janitor, or a bus driver. I mean, you name the career, and that's the real problem with our law enforcement. There is no internal accountability. Jesse.
Yeah, somebody should be looking into Judge Bev, or she should be forced into early retirement, or forced into retirement after 49 straight sustained objections from Hank Brennan.
Yes. I read that stat. That's crazy.
Did you guys see the interview with Yannetti and Alessi on Runkle of the Bailey?
No, I didn't see it.
Do you guys know who Runkle of the Bailey is?
No. He's
a Canadian lawyer in Eastern Canada that does law tube type stuff. And I was actually quite surprised that he got the first interview with Yannetti and Alessi, because he's got a smaller, there's a lot of big channels that would love to have those two guys.
Yeah, definitely.
And they went to him for some reason. So it was a good get for him, but it was a great interview. Guess how old Robert Alessi is? Did you guys watch the trial? You guys have an image of what he looks like?
30s?
Yeah, definitely. Probably I'd say 40, 42, 43.
Okay, well, I'm going to be 50 in 378 days.
Okay.
Robert
What?
Alessi is
How could you be
18 years old, 18 years older than me.
No
He's
way.
68 years old?
67.
Wow. Oh,
Wow.
Justice was 1.1 number off, and Tandy was a couple off. No way. Really?
Apparently, him and Yannetti go to the gym every day. During the trial, they were going to the gym every day, and there's some pictures of Yannetti, and he's pretty ripped for just a male, but for a 67-year-old male, the dude's doing pretty good, and not a gray hair on his head either.
No, that's why I didn't think he would be in that. I mean, I'm 50. I'll be 51 in November. And, I got the discolored stuff going on here. And the only way this stays darker is because I throw gel or something in there and it darkens it up. But, yeah.
You're so vain. Isn't there a song about that?
Carly Simon? Is that who sung that? You're so vain? Maybe.
But, yeah, it was a great interview. Apparently, Alessi.
Yeah, I wrote it down. I'll have to check it out.
Alessi talked about the jury selection and what went through his mind deciding to put a lawyer on the jury.
Uh-huh.
And he said he just wants the most intelligent, most professional people available on the jury, and he wants to trust them to make the right decision and weigh the evidence correctly.
Right.
And I guess the comment from Runkle was, it shows how confident you are in your case if that's what you're looking to do. But I would think that applies here to the Koberger case, is you want intellectuals on the jury. You don't want simpletons that are just going to say, oh, of course he's guilty.
It's got to be his car. It's got to be his car, right?
Yeah.
You don't want an idiot like that on the jury.
Right.
Well, you just look at the folks on YouTube that think he's guilty, and that ought to tell you something.
Yeah, that's
welcome, Dagburn. Good to see you. Johnny Gobble's big dead floozy mama's in the house. Great, welcome. So that's what I think, gentlemen. I was going to talk about a little bit about that today. Is I think that's going to be one of the biggest issues in this case is the jury selection on this. I still think, even though they
would be,
they moved the venue. I don't think that was going to make a difference anyway. Maybe a slight, tiny difference, but no, it's going to be impossible, damn near impossible in my opinion. Welcome, JC. Good to see you today. And I think it's going to be a big problem. Excuse me, gentlemen. My wife is calling. I'll be right back.
You better pick up that phone, son.
So, Sarge, you heard about the boy that cries wolf?
No.
Well, the other day you wanted me to come on your show. I said I was sick. I was not sick. I was just, I'd been up all night and I was laying in bed. I should have been sleeping. Instead, I was listening to you guys talk, but there was no way that I'm going to jump out of bed to go on. So I said I was, sick. But then last night I ended up waking up in the middle of the night and losing my dinner. So I've been in bed sick all day today after saying that.
Oh, so in other words, karma.
I guess so.
What?
Either that or a hangover.
You're in a region of the world where karma is relatively, standard issue. Isn't that derived from the Asian countries? Karma?
Yeah, I guess Buddhism.
Yeah, well, better watch what you say, Jess.
I did try to clarify that I wasn't actually sick. I was just.
I didn't mind. I knew you weren't coming up. I could.
I consider it to be sick that you're listening to true crime shows at 9 a.m. after being up all night while laying in your bed. I think that qualifies as sick, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do browse through some of the true crimes. I listened to part of one the other day where they said that they recovered the knife. And I looked down, it was a 2-month-old video, and I'm thinking, they recovered the knife. You're probably talking about the knife that's listed in the Pennsylvania warrant, where they list what they collected from Brian Koberger's home, but in no way, shape, or form has anyone ever alleged that the Moscow Police Department have the murder weapon.
I think you want sophisticated people on the jury that are capable of distinguishing some of the creative language in the documents, such as he connected to a tower that provides service within feet to the King Road residence.
300 meters.
Yeah. But it said within feet, that's what the media has been reporting. But
that means he wasn't at the residence.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, couldn't have been at the residence because apparently it provides service within feet, but not actually at the residence.
Right. No, they don't know it. They don't have. They have a story. They have a, I don't even know, a narrative. That's all they have is a narrative. There is no connective tissue in their narrative unless you don't question what they're telling you and you accept what they're telling you as truth.
Well, you go on Twitter and there's all these people saying, but he was at the house 23 times. You know, they read that
Right.
and they interpret
Right.
that as if he was standing in the backyard creeping through the window.
It was 12 times. It was 12 times in the PCA, which was animately opposed by Bill Thompson himself by almost having a tantrum that there was no stalking. There's no alleged stalking. There was no stalking. The defense knows there's no stalking, and now we're at 23 times, which is okay. I mean, I've been by my corner store or other crime scenes hundreds of times. Does that mean you should come and arrest me because my phone pinged in the area? And that's what I mean, where there's people that don't really consider the constitutional limits that are placed on the government. And the government is your law enforcement. And they're just going to throw together some half-mashed case. And there's millions of people that don't question what they tell them. If they say do this, they do that. It doesn't matter what it is, right? And that's what you want to keep off your jury, literally.
I wonder how many residents of Pullman would have connected to that tower 23 times in that time frame. Probably half of them.
Come on. How many on the cell phone tower dump connected to that house or in that house?
Mm-hmm.
Right? How many? Out of the 3,800 they downloaded from the tower. How many of them people were connected to the victims directly and or connected directly to the interior of that home? How many of them connected to the Wi-Fi in that home? That's your group of suspects immediately. And until you can get through them, and they say they had all these interviews and stuff, but it seems to me like, did you do it, Jesse? No. Okay, next. Right? I mean, what do you mean?
Well, even Steve himself said that people were cleared too early.
Yeah. It's
And a lot of people weren't even talked to.
All right, sorry, folks.
The kids in the BAM field were never talked to, and I mean, Sarge is going to right away say those kids had nothing
one
to do
kid
with
didn't
it.
have on a glove. The one kid was missing a glove, and they found a glove at the scene with blood. I see relevance to that observation.
Well, that wasn't going to be my point. My point wasn't that they had anything to do. It doesn't matter if they had anything to do with it. They were in the neighborhood around the right time.
They still should have been talked to. Yes.
They should have been talked to see what they saw.
Every one of those vehicles that moved at Linda Lane, even though that video is probably irrelevant, but any of the vehicles that moved that they should have hunted down who owned them vehicles. 100%.
Whoever ran past in the background, that they need to figure out who that was. Everybody that was in that area that night needed to be talked to. Period.
You know, I agree with you. I think you throw a net to encompass everything, and then you try to shrink the net to the center.
Yes.
Right.
That's a good point. That's a good way to put it too. I agree.
So I don't object to that at all. I think that's good police work. But in this case, the police work ended the minute the FBI gave a name. And then they went back and tried to connect the name to the crime rather than the crime producing a suspect. They produced a name and then made the guy a suspect. Even when they had contradicting information, they ignored their own contradictions.
Yes, they arrested some guy and then they built a murder case around him. That's what they did. It's insane. And yes, it's absolutely absurd how quickly they cleared everyone. App music. I absolutely agree with that. It's disgusting. I've never seen anything like it.
Okay, so he was 300 meters. He was looking at all of this nonsense of phones and cars. It's a false narrative that they've pushed onto the public. There's no truth to it, and the reason there's no truth to it is it just isn't relevant to the crime. And no one's going to convince me that it started any other time than 4/17. The dog, to me, is an irrefutable piece of evidence that you cannot cross-examine, but you must include in your analysis. You can't ignore what happened at that point forward.
Well, let me ask you, Sarge, because I agree with you that does make perfect sense based on the facts and all that. Let me ask you a question with that theory that you put together based on factual information. Do you think that it started off as a possible confrontational argument or a shakedown or something, and then at 4/17 it turned into?
What I'm saying is that 4/17, that doesn't mean there wasn't people hiding in the closets or people intermingling in the house from midnight forward. It doesn't exclude any of the other stuff that people want to keep pointing. It proves the crime took place at a different time. But the behavior of the dog, the struggle, the whimper, the thud, and Bethany's behavior are all indicative of the beginning of the crime, and their continuing messages show you the crime is in progress then. Now, unless text messages or other events from early in the evening can contradict that, that's all the data we have. That's why I can make that assessment. I'm not excluding any other thing that may come forward, data. You know me.
Yeah, I agree
But
with
I
you.
like to simmer it down to the simple stupid, and the simple stupid explanation is right there in front of us because they released those text messages. If not for that, you never would have heard me make this argument.
Well, because we didn't know that the text messages were. Once you read the text messages, you can tell that they're being read in now time. It's not before. It's not. It's present sense, folks.
And that's what triggered my brain. When I read those text messages, they bothered me not because of their content, but because I was missing something. And when it dawned on me that I was not understanding the context of when they happened was the key. What was in them is informative, but when things started to happen, when did that text take place? When did this conversation happen? That's when I said present tense. When you read the texts, they are present tense. So that tells me that their reactions combined with the dog's actions is arguable and unarguable of a point that the crime started then. That doesn't mean these kids weren't held hostage or at gunpoint. Doesn't mean they weren't brought in from a different location where they were killed. All these theories these people have. I'm not saying their theories are wrong, but there's no evidence to support those theories.
There's nothing to support it, right? Absolutely.
I mean, look
If
at
there
Tommy
was,
Jew
if there
could be
was
right. Tommy Jew could be right that people were peeing on Ethan. Although as crazy as that is, okay, but where's the evidence to support that? Other than some pixelated video.
Right.
Right.
Whoever's backstage, you got to show me your face for like 3 seconds so I can make sure we're doing the right thing here, and then you can shut your camera. There you go. You're good to go. Turn it off, hon. You're good.
Coda face.
There we go. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
I love your avatar. That's really cool.
Oh, well, thank you. I switch them every now and again, because I go by Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mother. Which
Yes, I thought so. I saw the Diane first name and thought that's what it was. So, yes. Welcome back. Good to see us today, or good to have you here today, Diane. How are you? What can we do for
you? Doing good. It's a little too hot to be outside.
Yes, it is.
I agree with Sarge. I think that poor 17 or 419, that is when it started.
Yeah, it makes sense. It does make sense. And I agreed when Sarge first brought it to me, just so you guys know, I listened. We had a early morning powwow and talked about it, and he really piqued my ears, stood straight on end. And the fact that the dog makes no noise until 417 tells me a lot, in my opinion. And based on reading when he pointed out what the text messages show and how they're said, I'm freaking out right now. I'm confused right now. Not I was confused, but I was freaking out. What the hell just happened? What's going on right now? Tells you it's in the midst of the situation, in my opinion. So it makes
I think the telling movement was Bethany. Now you understand why Bethany texted Dylan first. Now when they say that there's only one witness to this crime, only one being Dylan Mortensen, now you know anything exculpatory from Bethany is going to be what she heard, not what she saw.
No, it says what she heard and what she saw.
Right.
So she seen something and she heard something.
I agree.
Maybe she's seen Dylan Mortensen come downstairs.
Yeah, there's definitely
we don't know, but here's the thing, there's missing pieces, and my understanding from what I keep sharing with people is changeable, instantly changeable, and can be thrown in the garbage can the minute evidence shows up that contradicts it. I'm completely okay with that. Being wrong is not
one of the problems of leaning too heavily into the dog, though, is do you have an explanation for where the dog was between 4:30 and noon when it was found in the unlocked room with all the doors up? Because clearly the dog was not sitting on the bed for 8 hours with those people deceased and
No.
him having access
we,
to it,
we
right?
don't, but the dog barked for 30 minutes constantly from 417 forward.
From
And
that
so
point
based
on.
on that,
Fair enough, but would you think that something had to been done with the dog? The dog had to been either
maybe
taken
the dog was
somewhere.
accompanying Bethany and Dylan downstairs.
Maybe one of
They
them went
took the
grabbed
dog
him.
with them.
I
Yeah,
mean, we
maybe.
can guess, we don't know, but you're right. That's another big hole in this story is how did this dog get nothing on it, be completely clean in the door, in a room with its door open and the master, the owner of the dog's door open?
And it would seem to be a bad fact for Bethany and Dylan as well, because
Was that dog washed? Were they waiting for that dog to dry off before they called the? I mean, we can keep going infinite with ideas of what may or may not have happened with that dog. We just won't know until we know.
There's
but
also
the point being is they
was
wouldn't
found
have the
outside.
dog with them unless they were aware of what was going on, right? They wouldn't take Kaylee's dog if Kaylee was alive, right?
We know they knew what was going on when Hunter went in the house and grabbed the knife. Okay? We know that Hunter went into that home with a completely different understanding than an unconscious Zaina. That's unquestionable. You don't go into a home to seek out a knife to go find an unconscious friend. So
From my point of
they
view,
knew
though,
something happened there.
just the fact that the crime happened, they knew it was happening at the time.
Yeah.
Because nobody's ever proven that they didn't. And just common sense would say, if you're in a home and 4 people are unalived in a home, unless you can give us a reason why they weren't aware, such as, sleeping, drugs.
That's their argument, right?
out.
They sold us that argument for more than 2 years.
The sleeping argument.
Yeah.
They make the argument in their documents where they say from 4:37 a.m. to 10:23 a.m. and let you believe that's the time they slept, and that's absolutely wrong.
Part of the fiction in the toilet paper PCA.
And why is the fiction, when the fiction is finally discovered, why is it never something showing Brian in the house?
But again, this is the reason why none of us ever believed the PCA. We've questioned it from day one because we weren't given enough reason to believe that two survivors could be present in the home and not know what was going. You have to, that requires a pretty extensive explanation, right? It's kind of like if you get pulled over with dope in your car, unless you got a really good story why that ain't your dope, it's your dope, right? Because it's in your car.
Yes.
So if you're in a house with four deceased people, unless you got a really good story, you're involved,
Agreed. Welcome, JC. Thank you for joining us today, dear. It's great to have you here.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. I'm just still back to the dog. I am wondering, did they examine the dog at all when they got there?
Sure they did.
Wouldn't
I'm sure they took pictures of him and probably looked to make sure there wasn't blood on him, or if there was. I see there was a rumor floating around, if you guys remember, JC, you probably remember, you were around back then, that the dog was found outside at some point in the morning. Somebody found him wandering around out there and brought him back. Is that true? I don't know. But we've heard multiple different stories about this dog. 1, that he wasn't there. 2, that he was locked in Kaylee's room. 3, that he was in Kaylee's room with the door open. 4, that he was outside wandering around. 5, that Jack had already picked him up. 6, that he was out in a car inside of a cage. So there's 6, 7, 8 different
But
stories.
the only evidence from the authorities is that dog was in a bedroom alone.
Yep, that was the initial in the PCA story, and I think that
No, I mean just recently that's been cleared up with the open doors to the victims.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that based on the evidence that they've showed us that they collected, that dog was in that room with an open door.
Yeah, and let's see it with like Jesse just said, this new Prime documentary coming out. If there's going to be something that changes about the dog in that, who knows? Because I would want to know from Hunter and Emily and the new girl that just popped into the mix, Josie. Did you hear Murphy barking? Did you see him? Where was he? What did you see?
What did you hear?
Didn't they say that what's his name, Payne, did some type of test and
He did a barking test. Yes, Diane. That's insane to me.
I just want to say that the Linda Lane camera is not the camera they're referring to that picked up the dog barking. That barking was picked up by a camera that was 50 feet away from Zaina's room.
It was on the house that was directly next door to them.
Yeah.
It was a light
Yes.
bulb cam on the front porch that picked that up. It was not the Linda Lane footage at all.
How
Because
how
it
do
was.
they? I'm sorry. How do
You're
they
good.
know that the camera that the neighbors had, that the dog barking that came from 1122 King
I'm,
Road?
I'm,
I
I'm
mean, how?
sure that they're guessing because the dog was there and because the
The
situation.
struggle, the
Yeah,
whimper, the
I
thud.
don't. I'll tell you guys right out of the gate. Let me say this real quick. The thud. I'm going to tell you. I don't believe was them hearing a body hit the floor. I think if anything, it was a door getting slammed, open or shut, or furniture being thrown, which was talked about. Something was shoved or thrown across the road to hit a wall, and it probably hit that outside wall, which is why that camera picked it up.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and
Right,
the
Willie.
the noise, the noise, the whimper, the cry, whatever, could have been in the act of the situation, and then the dog bark. I mean, in it, people keep saying, "Well, I think the dog was from another dog somewhere else." This and that. When you listen to that audio, folks, it all happens together. You hear it all together. If it was separate entities, it would sound different. Okay, you would be able to tell that it's coming from different places. It's not. It's all together in one clip. You can hear it. So that's what I want to say. But yeah, the bark test, give me a break, folks. That's so.
Look at let's also say this. This could also be another false narrative. We don't know. That's the problem. But unfortunately, we can't consider it false and make a conclusion on it being false and come up with another understand. That's when you theorize, you got to try to theorize, in my opinion, within the facts given. And when you find out the facts are wrong, then you have not a theory, but you have now a new understanding. And
Mhm.
so there's been so much crud put out on this case, and so many streamers that came in that told lies and altered videos, and
And then
it's
you
just
got the
tragic,
PCA lying too. I mean,
right?
and then people's theories that are just based on absolute
Yeah,
absurdity, like I've talked to Dago about a
yeah.
couple times.
You have to laugh
Um,
at it sometimes. I'm grabbing coffee. Keep talking, folks.
it's just absolutely bizarre. All the, like, first off, how the PCA has now lied. And then you get everybody else's, theories and rumors and all that mixed into the mix. And it just really creates a conglomeration for an absolute disaster, doesn't it, Sarge?
Yeah, and what happens with us out here is we get into all these specific debates about what happened. We don't know. All we know is what they're sharing with us, and that's why I say when you look at what's being shared with us, the real issue here isn't Brian. It's the police work that's so shoddy and so it's presented
Exactly.
in such a dishonest way. That's a big issue, and that gets overran by he did it, he didn't do it. It's like
But
okay,
Sarge,
whatever.
okay, I have a question for you. So the Karen Reed trial just got over, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And to me, like, I like that because that isn't that a prime example of how and why the states have to do things legally too.
Yeah,
And they have to do things by the book. Otherwise, this is what you know what I mean? If Karen Reed did it, the state did not do I mean, the police officers did something to make that case a mess. They have to do things legally too. And if you don't do things legally, then that is what can happen. I mean, I agree that she's innocent, but the states have to do things legally too. Otherwise, you're going to get
well, they're
you're
bound to the federal constitution over their own,
yeah, and you're
right?
going to get what you get. And if you're not going after, in the Karen Reed case too, if they're not going after somebody else, then as well, or keeping their options open, or preparing for what if she's found innocent, and what if, somebody, because I'm sorry, his injuries that I saw on his arms do not match getting hit by a vehicle. And he died of
Can
hypothermia,
can I
says the
pick up on that,
autopsy.
JC?
Hmm.
Because I agree with you. I think there's so many parallels between the Karen Reed trial and this Idaho 4 case. But one of the
They
things I
better
really
learn a
want,
lesson, Jesse. They have
well,
to do
one of the
things
things I
legally
really want to
too.
point out though is Karen Reed had a ton of support because she was an attractive woman with a lot of money.
Yep.
She had a blogger, a local blogger on her side.
Yep.
LawTube was almost a lot of the people that support Karen Reed think Brian's guilty. A lot of the YouTubers,
That's
a lot of the
insane to
channels.
me. How can you be both?
Yeah, to me, it shows a lack of intelligence if you hold that position. But then again,
Well,
maybe
no,
it's not fair.
I
Maybe
think
it's not
that's
fair.
explainable, Jesse. That's explainable.
Well,
To the extent
Lana at
that-
Truth and Transparency explained it. She said this last night, and maybe a trigger warning. I'm going to quote Lana with Truth and Transparency. The difference between Brian Koberger and Karen Reed is Brian has a dick and Karen has a pussy.
Oh my gosh.
she said that.
That may
That's-
be part of it, but the other part of it is that the police themselves were investigated. One of them's been terminated, so there's information that shows you, okay, that you don't need a mind to think with. Oh, well, the cops did all this corrupt stuff, then she's probably innocent, which is what probably most of the Karen Reed people that think Koberger's guilty, that's probably the train of thought that they carry.
Okay, OCD Shaggy says that's false about Karen getting attention because people find her attractive. And that was just a small part of the point I was trying to make. What I was trying, first of all,
What's the other part?
her looks compared to Brian being classified as a weirdo, and they're showing edited photos of him, making him appear to be a weird, and you contrast that with a somewhat attractive female. I don't even consider her that attractive. So that was just a small part of it. But people are generally more empathetic to women than they are to men.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Look at how they treated Dylan and Bethany.
But again, this is just a small. The most significant is that she had 3 high-powered lawyers. Alan Jackson might be the number one guy in the country. I mean, he's a former LA district attorney. The amount of high-profile cases, he's in the prime of his career. I mean, if anybody can think of a more high-profile lawyer right now than Alan Jackson, let me know. And then Yannetti and Alessi are his equals. And Brian, whether or not we think Anne's doing a great job, his legal team does not compare to her legal team.
Right.
And Karen's innocent. We're all celebrating, and it's good news. She barely got off. She had to get
two trials.
2 trials. She had to get 24 jurors to vote not guilty on. The state was fighting against her. She would have never, ever gotten off on reasonable doubt alone. Her defense team pretty much proved, as you guys were just laying out, that there was dog bites, that there was no traffic accident. You break down all the points that her defense team were able to prove, and still they didn't come back with a lightning quick not guilty verdict. They
deliberated for 4 days.
So you look at that, and then you try to imagine, how's this going to play out for Koberger? Is Ann Taylor going to be able to prove 5 or 6 main points in this trial that are absolutely false? I think the possibility is there. I don't think Hippler is going to pave the way for her. It's not going to be easy, and I think it's going to take at least that for Brian to even have a chance, in my opinion.
Oh yeah,
I think she can do it. My personal opinion: if I was on the jury and they bring to me a DoorDash driver that's a meth addict, I'm not going to listen to anything she says. Bottom line, you've been convicted and now you're testifying. You got arrested. I wouldn't believe anything she said. And then if somebody comes to me and the state goes, and this was their dog barking, they don't know that it was that dog barking. And the main issue, they don't have anything that puts him in that house. Nothing.
I think the main thing for me, Sarge, is that the main witness that they have is absolutely incredible. Uncredible. Look at her statement. It's all over the place.
But her statement doesn't identify Brian Koberger, and it can't. So, but she's credible.
She described herself. She described herself.
But listen, she's a credible witness to describe her experiences, and nobody else is more credible. Even if you're trashed, no one is more credible to speak for you than you. And a lot of people are struggling with Dylan being a witness, but she's not a material witness in the identification of the perpetrator.
That's what I was going to say. Is that's not going to put Brian in that house. Period.
Right.
There's too
Not
many
gonna put him in that.
problems. Too
Well,
many
one of the
problems.
things is everything that she said that
Starting with the
actually
PCA.
that could be used to suggest that she saw Brian Koberger. I don't believe she mentioned any of those prior to Brian being arrested. It was only after he was arrested
Mm-hmm.
that she was interviewed again, and then she came up with eyebrows and balaclavas and stuff.
And it was only because the cop specifically directed her to that.
They
Mhm.
led her. They
She
led
didn't-
her
she
in
didn't-
everything.
Yeah,
Yes.
they led her to. She said to Bethany that it was like a ski mask, but then she drew because the cop brought up that, and I can't say the word. Dago, step in here. What kind of mask was it?
It's a balaclava. We got me
Balaclava.
doing it now. Balaclava. Sorry.
Because he described that mask to her, she drew that mask, and so you see. Listen, I think that was a great way to deal with someone that you thought was involved. In other words, when you look at how he treated Beth or Dylan, to me, I honestly thought this guy was considering her as a suspect, and apparently no. He just wanted her to paint this picture of a guy with bushy eyebrows. That's all.
Also, you guys, let me say this real quick on what we were talking about, Sarge, because somebody else brought this up, and I think she's right. We know that she drew that picture of the mask based on what they fed her. But in those text messages, when she's describing it, she describes the mask and with a round thing. I think that's the letters that are missing, is a round thing for mouth. And it
Right.
looks just like a damn ski mask. Not the balaclava, none of that kind of shit. It looks like a damn ski mask. So they don't match. The story does not match with what she's saying here, and then it doesn't match with the drawing over here. Two different things. That's how I know she was fed.
Well, and that's really the finality of her testimony. Her testimony contradicts her conversations in the moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
So there was no way she could, and she admits she can't connect Brian. She doesn't recognize Brian. There's just no way she can make an identification of the perpetrator.
Many a time she stated it. She can't.
Right.
The nose would have jumped out at her. No, she couldn't identify him in a lineup.
Right.
No, she couldn't. None of that.
Well, that was my question: was did they ever make her pick him out of a lineup or anything?
She said she
Yes.
did not recognize him at all.
She was shown. She said she independently, once he was arrested, she went online and found his picture, him being arrested, and she didn't recognize that. And then when she was brought in front of the cops, she stated that, and they showed her another picture, and she's like, that
Man.
should have jumped off the page at me with that nose, and it just didn't. So I've always said,
So isn't
the
that telling
eyebrows-
right there?
well, the eyebrows got him arrested. The nose is going to free him.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Well, and another thing, guys, one of the things that my wife took in her psychology classes, she got 2 degrees in that she doesn't use either one for. It's crazy, but whatever. We talked about this because we've talked about this on and off. I've talked to her many a times about this case. Is one of the most recognizable things about a human being to another human being is their eyes. When you look at somebody's eyes, when you say, hey, I've seen him before. Hey, I recognize her. She looks familiar to me. It's because of their eyes. Okay, because everybody has specifically shaped eyes, colors, whatever you say. That's one of the biggest things. So if she looked at a picture of him, even if he was wearing a mask at one time, those eyes would have been recognizable because I've seen other masks. That's how you pick out who people are sometimes wearing different. They do little like games where you can do that. And if she didn't recognize that, because he wasn't there, in my opinion, I'm sorry.
So why would they even have her I mean, what good is she? Because she already said she was, she had drank, maybe she did some rugs or whatever. So her credibility is like zero.
That side of that is that credibility part of, or that part of the credibility is shit to me. I'm sorry. I agree with you.
So I mean, how? I think the state. I don't think. I thought for a while that Brian would be convicted. I don't think he will.
I think any jury with half a brain, if they don't come up with something else to absolutely put this nail in this coffin, any jury with half a brain will not be able to convict this man, especially since it's a DP case.
And you
Even if the DP is taken off the table, I don't care.
They want to go with Bob Alessi's style of picking the most intelligent jurors they can for that reason. And I think you're right. Any jury with half a brain should see through it.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, watching the Karen Reed case and the Richard Allen case, in my opinion, it's illuminating how much the state and the system has got everything stacked against you as somebody trying to defend themselves from murder charges. Like I said, you look at how well the information was presented in the Karen Reed case and how much they proved in that courtroom, and still it was a nail biter in the end.
They don't even have any DNA in Richard Allen's case, and they still convicted the man.
Well, actually, they had DNA on the bodies and they refused to test it because you want to know why? Because trace DNA is not a good source of evidence unless it's found on that knife sheath.
I mean, they even have DNA on the knife sheath, but
Unless
still,
it's in
they
the
have.
Kohberger case, right?
But
Well,
they also,
that's
they
the
also
point,
have
JC,
two
is
other.
the DNA on the knife sheath is trace DNA. The DNA that was on the bodies of Abby and Libby was trace DNA. And in the Delphi case, they said it had no evidentiary value. And in the Kohberger case, they're calling it the smoking gun.
Right.
And I've said
And there's two other
so
people that they don't even know.
I've said this so many times on this show and on other shows, is you could go back and look at the statements and read the statements of a lot of these commentators that say that Brian's guilty. And at some point in their career as a commentator or as a legal analyst or as a lawyer, they would have said that trace DNA has little to no evidentiary value. Yeah. And now they're putting all the weight behind this trace DNA when they know that their position is it's not indicative of who's guilty of a crime. And then there's the UC Davis study just recently. I don't know if you guys have talked about that on this show when I've been sick, but they did a study at UC Davis regarding the transfer of DNA to a knife sheath, similar. Just I believe they did the study for this case.
Yes.
And the conclusion was that secondary transfer, meaning you didn't touch the sheath, but you touched somebody who touched the sheath, the amounts found on the sheath from secondary transfer lined up with the amounts they have in this case. So based on the amounts, that study indicates that Brian never touched that sheath.
Yep. And I'm telling you guys, I told you guys, I do not believe, and I have not believed, I don't know how long, that Brian Kohberger's DNA is on that damn sheath. Okay.
Do you think he knows? Do you think he knows who's involved, though, Dago?
Honestly, no, but maybe.
Do you think he knows somebody that knows something?
I think Dylan and Bethany know.
I would say they know. They've got more of an opportunity to know than Brian ever had. All he knows is what he was reading on the internet or on newspapers. That's it.
In fact, all those kids there at the 911 call probably know, because they're willing to go out and lie on national television, on Dateline, and on Amazon. And I just can't see them doing that unless they know. You know, in my opinion, they're accomplices.
You know who I would call as an expert?
Yeah.
Here's who I would call as an expert. I would call an appellate attorney that's taken transfer DNA cases and got them overturned because of the presence of other DNA that was never investigated.
Isn't that Bicca Barlow?
No, she's not. Is she an attorney?
I think she is now.
She started out as a.
And that, to me, I'm just pointing out to you that is the most important fact when it comes to any DNA at that crime scene. You chose to pick the most microscopic piece that we all know can be transferred, but yet you didn't chase down all the other independent blood samples.
That takes a certain level of intelligence to understand this, though, Sarge. And as you've seen on Twitter and as you've seen with the guilters that come into this chat, they can't wrap their head around that. For some reason, DNA is DNA, and transfer DNA, blood DNA, semen DNA, they can't. It's just all DNA, and it's all 100% as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, but it's definitely not. And real quick here, Mama Bear has been following and looking into death penalty cases for quite a while now. Valid ones, non-valid, whatever it is. And she did a show on it that I did with her. And she says here, in death penalty cases, perjury and false accusations and official misconduct are the leading causes of wrongful convictions. And how many false accusations and official misconduct has there been in this case so far? A lot. Prosecutorial misconduct. I mean, think about it, folks. The leaks and this and that and everything else. That's the FBI stuff with Cyrate. Or I'm not saying the FBI stuff, and then Syray. Sorry to separate them is what I was trying to do. All of that. I mean, think about that. That's absolutely fact, guys, which is why all of us are on the edge of our seats trying to point out the facts that everything points away from this guy. And here we are. Okay. And
Can't Hitler do something about this?
I'm sure he can. Does he
But
want
he's
to?
not.
That's right. He's not. That we see so far.
Well, you
I
guys got to always remember it's prosecutorial discretion. They can bring in the evidence. There's nothing. This is what Hitler was saying when he mentioned, well, the other DNA could be more people involved. So what people don't realize is DNA, guns, there's circumstantial evidence. You have to show the person's presence at the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
And the big problem here is that we don't have the weapon.
And there's not
If
even
we
that,
had the weapon, wouldn't that be a little bit more?
No.
No.
I don't think it would
was
make a
on it. But here's the thing: you still, if the weapon,
I
was
mean,
left
they still have
behind,
stuff to prove, but it would be helpful, wouldn't it?
No,
But
I
then
don't.
you'd
I
have
don't
to-
think so.
I don't think it would, JC. I don't think it would matter, especially with DNA or anything. It's just
I'm not sure that the weapon is even, if we even know that a K-bar was
Right.
the weapon.
I don't believe it was.
They don't think so now. I've heard that now they don't think it was.
How about that? That's wild, isn't it?
Yeah, and the K-bar is definitely in the PCA.
Mm-hmm. It's like everything else that doesn't make sense.
I have a quick question.
Mhm.
Don't they have because when the PCA came out, it was tell everybody, send it to everybody, everybody read it, because this is on God's word right here what we got.
That's exactly how they were. Read the PCA and just trust us. Those were their words, and so we all
Trust the
did.
process.
And
So-
trust the process. 2.5 years. That was the deal, and here we are.
So
And now we get these text messages, and I can no longer trust the process. Sorry.
is the PCA not going to be brought in? Is it just not going to be mentioned? Because I'm a little confused on how you can get a PCA that is totally false, full of shit. Pardon my
Well,
French, and then go.
the indictment supersedes the PCA. That's why it's
Yeah,
not relevant.
yeah. At
okay?
that point, it's and that's why Bill Thompson said it's irrelevant now. So no, I don't think they're even.
But
gonna
Ann
report it.
Taylor will be able to use their words against them, though, right?
Yeah.
When she's cross-examining or when Brett Payne's testifying, she can point to his statements in the PCA and say, "Are you on record as saying this and that?" And and make him own up to his own words.
The PCA is the underlying document that the accusations in the indictment and in the case have been derived from. They never altered the idea of a car. They never altered the idea of pings and direction to travel. They've what was in the PCA is the case, even though they're not going to refer to the PCA. But nonetheless,
It is the case.
it is the case, right?
That's
Which
all there
seems
is to it.
confusing. I'd like to see what they told the grand jury to get the indictment.
Well, remember we heard that they didn't have enough information. If you remember right, what the grand jury said that they didn't hear enough. They were not satisfied with the information that was given to them, and they still indicted on that aspect. And it's like, wait a minute,
That makes no sense.
Well,
It's like they felt they had to, maybe, per se, which is so stupid.
And
to
now
me.
I'm feeling like they feel like they had to for purposes of they need to get somebody so that people want to come back to this college and all that stuff. Like that's making, first off, I thought that I at first was a little bit like on that, but now I'm completely on that.
Really, right. Six of the jurors out of the 12 wanted more info, and they still convicted. And that I feel like it was based on pressure, because once again, we got to hurry up and get the students back into school, because if the school's not being financially
utilized,
it's going to tear down the town, and that's all it's about.
You can manipulate a witness when you get Bethany on the stand. Like these two girls are claimed to have caused more confusion. I don't know how true that is by Steve G. But look, if I say, Jesse, did you witness anything? Did you see anybody? And you say no, and I say, well, did you see the bodies? Did you see your roommates? No. Did you go outside the next morning and wait for friends to arrive? Did you Did you call 911? Yeah. And now you excuse her from the grand jury panel. What you don't include is what's very relevant. What time did you recognize? What was happening? In other words, they're supposed to provide a full picture, both exculpatory and inculpatory evidence to a grand jury. But if you're a dickhead of a lawyer that has your eyes set on this particular individual, your indictment, when you question even a suspect that would be favorable to Brian, you don't question them to bring that forward. And that's malfeasance. That's why as Americans, we think we can indict a ham sandwich. And the reason why is because we don't try to hold them to that standard, to the account of no. That's not what an indictment was supposed to be. A ham sandwich, supposed to be a living, breathing, free American citizen, and you need to show both sides of the case, both exculpatory and inculpatory. And they get around that. So even if Bethany's got exculpatory evidence, they didn't drag that out of her in front of the jury. That's why and I think that's why Ann was fighting so hard over that indictment.
So what if I told you that Ann Taylor was able to prove that suspect vehicle 1 was the green Elantra from Queen Road Apartments? Ann Taylor was able to prove that the DNA on the sheath didn't come from Brian touching the sheath directly. She was also able to impeach the statements from Dylan and Bethany and uncover the fact that they were not being honest. And one more thing, that the murder weapon wasn't even a K-bar knife. So those 4 things, if she was able to achieve all 4 of those things, how do you think this case plays out?
Not guilty.
Be exonerated.
The reason I said that is because that's basically what the Karen Reed team did, right? And still it was just by the hair of their chinny chin.
No,
and I think it's going to be very difficult for Ann Taylor to win on all 4 of those issues.
See, that was a unanimous verdict for her. They could have exonerated her on those charges of murder.
Yeah, so even if they find they want to, if Karen Reed does end up guilty, she's still not going to get anything for it because she's been acquitted. Correct? You can't do double jeopardy.
No, she's in it. She's not going to get. She's done now. But it took 2 trials, and I'm just. What I'm saying is,
the first trial ended the same as this one, except the way the verdict was done, the way the court set that verdict up, she decided it was because they acquitted her on murder and manslaughter in the first trial, right or wrong.
Yeah, they did, but it did take like 7 days of deliberating, though.
It shouldn't have been a surprise that was exoneration. The difference was, and I think the same thing, the driving issue she was convicted on.
Well, and
the verdicts I think were the same.
So the only difference was the OUI in this one?
No.
Is it they all agreed on the OUI in this one and not in the last one?
I believe they found her not in the first trial. They found her not guilty of murder in the vehicular homicide, but they were hung on manslaughter, I believe, because you had that juror who said that he felt that she was drinking, he was there, so therefore she must have done it. So I believe that's how it played out. Is they actually hung on manslaughter in the first trial.
I'm in Indiana, and I know one of the jurors that was on the Delphi case.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't believe he did it. She did not, for any reason. She just didn't. They couldn't prove that he did it. And I'm looking at her, I'm going, but you come back with the guilty verdict. I mean,
why is that?
Did
you ask her why?
Yeah, I did.
Pressure?
The families. What was it, 7 years?
That is exactly what I think they all pulled guilty for, because they felt that the families deserved justice. Well, listen, guys.
This is injustice in my opinion.
Justice to convict the wrong person of the murders, because what if it happens again? Although I don't think it will, because I think the person that did commit the murders or was heavily involved in that one is deceased anyway.
Yeah, he is.
So I'm just saying, though, what if he does it again? You didn't put the right person behind bars.
I mean, that's kind of my point exactly, though. She's telling us that there's a juror who thought he was not guilty, but voted guilty anyways because she sympathized with. That's what you're up against in these kind of trials.
We're probably going to have happen.
But what about the person you're convicting?
She said.
And do I feel bad for John O'Keefe's family? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But they need to, if they want to find justice for John O'Keefe, they need to maybe go after one of their own.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Diane?
The reason she went ahead, because like I said, she does not believe that he was on that bridge. She doesn't believe his confessions at all. But the families needed some closure, something to go, okay, it's done, it's over with. And I'm looking at her going, but you put a man in prison. She goes, oh, well, he'll get an appeal and it'll be overturned. I'm like,
That's
what?
not the answer to this.
That's not
how you-
fair.
No.
I'm like,
So meanwhile, however long his appeal takes, if it goes through and it does get overturned, the man's life is gone.
yeah,
His family is gone. There's nothing
Just
there.
like Robert Alessi said, you want the most intelligent people on the jury for that.
Right.
That's another reason.
And even Brian Koberger now, I mean, his life is pretty much over no matter what.
oh yeah, it is. And like I said, at first I thought, well,
Ruin the wrong man's life for taking the 4.
yeah, but and maybe somebody. I personally, like I said, if I'm on the jury, I'm not buying anything unless the state goes, here is a photograph of him walking in that door. Here is a photograph of him walking out bloody, all kinds of stuff. See, we proved he's in the house. That's the only way I would ever convict him, ever, because they don't have,
We'll
you can
never
say,
see this. You're right.
You can't say, well, he was in the house. And if you're on the jury, you're going, okay, how do you know? What proof do you have? The only thing they have and can prove is there's 2 people, one on the bottom level, one on the second floor, that was in the house. You can prove they were in the house when it took place.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Noni, you're right. Justice is not and will never be holding an innocent person responsible or accountable just to get a conviction. And that's exactly what I believe, with all due respect, what Stephen Salvez is looking for at this point. That and vengeance. Okay? You can't get vengeance if it's not the person that committed the crime. That's not vengeance. In essence, and folks, and I've said this, if Brian's convicted and goes before the firing squad, that's murder. If he didn't commit the crime, you're murdering and committing another murder. So make it 5. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I think the state's case is just a joke. I mean, they could have something, and if they do, and like I said, if they got
They need to hurry up and present it if they do.
Yeah,
because time's a ticking, folks.
Yep.
They don't have it, and sorry,
they don't have anything.
No, they don't. And that imagine being on the jury and you're listening to all this and you're going, what? 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 And you got more questions because they can't prove he was in there. And I have a problem with an 8-hour delay calling 911.
Of course.
My granddaughters are 5 and 4. My 4-year-old granddaughter, she knows how to dial 911. And my son, he I'm like, God, Cody, that's a little, teaching around. But I thought, you know what? If something happens in their house and Kinley's the only one who can go, oh, but better dial 911. Mm-hmm. She can, and she can tell you what happened. Her sister can do it. My 13-year-old granddaughter can do it.
Well, if you look at the Christmas case or whatever, where the 2-year-old dialed 911 after their parent, did you hear about that one?
Yeah.
Where the 2-year-old supposedly the 2-year-old dialed 911, but I think what really happened was the person dialed 911 and then ran. And the 911 operator was just able to get through, hear what was going on. But I mean, there is a thing that makes me think the 2-year-old dialed 911 in that case.
There was a little boy in Florida. Yeah. He was 3 or 4 years old. Somebody broke into his house, shot his mother. And he walks out the door, goes to the neighbor and goes, you need to call 911. He shot my mommy.
Oh my gosh.
So you tell me that a little boy in Florida who watched somebody shoot his mother goes next door and Dylan or Bethany cannot call 911. for 8 hours.
Right.
It's
That
crazy to me.
that is such a problem for the
Well,
state.
there's a theory out there. I don't know how much I believe on it or how far I'll read into it. Um, that
But
those two wanted somebody else, since it's such an open house and people show up all the time, that they waited so long because they were hoping that somebody would pop over and find the situation and they wouldn't have to be involved and they could act surprised and, oh my god, I didn't know this happened, that kind of thing. And I don't know how much I read into
That
that.
that makes no sense. I
but
mean, think
then
about
if
it.
that happened, Dago, and they still retracted their cell phones, that would dis
Yeah, no, I get it. That's why I said
disinvolve that.
it's a theory for sure. It's a
But
theory.
in the beginning, though, yeah,
That's what I mean. So I mean, it's just there's the ridiculousness involved in this. It goes up to a level that we can't even reach, guys.
I gave Dylan the benefit of the doubt for a long time, like a
Everybody.
very long time, and this is just not looking good.
I didn't give either one of them the benefit of the doubt.
Some people didn't.
When 8 hours, 8 hours, and okay, let's say they're going, hey, you know what? This don't look good on us. I'm drunk. You're on drugs. Blah blah blah. We got to do something.
Yeah.
The thing to do would be leave.
Mm-hmm.
And I also have a problem with her telling Dylan, run down here to my room. How the hell does she know they still wasn't out there?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be like, no, I don't think so. My door's locked. My windows are locked. I'm staying in this damn
And she
room.
said something about her phone is going to die. Well,
Yeah.
somebody said, doesn't she have a charger in her phone in her room?
I mean, the whole thing. I never gave either one of them any credit for anything. 8 hours. And you
I
didn't go
wouldn't
to
be
sleep.
I wouldn't be able to stay in my room for 8 hours after something like that happened, because I would think the smell would start smelling really bad.
Yeah.
Well, would you be able to stay in the house at all? I mean, I
No,
truly
I
No, I
believe they
wouldn't.
left the house after this happened
I
and
would
didn't
go
return
outside
until they.
immediately and call 911, or go out to my car immediately and call 911.
I want
The
to hear.
theory that Dago said about they left all the doors open because they wanted somebody else to discover it, to me that really makes sense when you consider that they're not going to want to stay in that, they're not going to want to be there at 5 o'clock in the morning when they know, let's assume, and I think most of us do assume, that they knew that their friends had been murdered.
Right, and as far as people that are saying, I've seen people say, not in here, but that they couldn't smell it. You're full of shit. I'm gonna
Oh,
tell you
yeah.
right now. I have been to scenes that are way less. One person that's been there for 3-4 hours
And the
max,
smell is bad.
and it's
Yeah.
horrible when you walk
Yeah.
into it. Okay, so this is 4 people, and it's 8 hours, and it's no. There's no way that there was no. It's a very very pungent copper smell mixed with
She had like
bodily fluid.
no she had no it makes her look like she had no adrenaline. You know
Right.
what I mean? Because my adrenaline alone, if I ever see something like that, my adrenaline alone is going to automatically say 911.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Amethyst Nor says, I'm telling you, no unknown male was in that house. That's a lie. What happened was in the house and ended in the house. It was a lie to not tell the truth accidentally or not. To, they need out to outwit. Wait, hold on. Sorry, Amethyst. I'm trying to.
or not, they need to
It
out
was
with
a
it.
lie to not tell the truth accidentally or not. They need to out with it. Come out with it.
Come out with it.
I, I,
Yeah.
I do that all the time. I forget words. I gotcha. There you go.
I mean, think that all of us are on the jury and we're listening to.
But I think that lady is on with Sarge when they say that they think what happened in the house started internally.
It could be. It could
Yeah.
be, guys. We don't know. I still think that, and I'm going to keep saying this. I still think that Dana and Ethan may have been the targets, that they came home. Something may have followed them home, situation wise, confrontational. And it started that way, and it continued on and turned it. Well, let's go with Sarge's theory. At 417, it got very dark and very ugly. And there was no turning back at that point. That's just my opinion, of course, but I still think that those two were the targets. Okay. And, I feel more comfortable with that than thinking that Maddie was at this point, based on
I
things.
just can't see them sitting in that house with their friends deceased in the home and just staying there until noon and being comfortable doing that.
No.
And then if you're going to go with the theory that they left the doors open for somebody else to discover it, that's pretty useless if you're in the house. Then you have to explain why you didn't know. If you've left, then you could say you ran away and hid, right?
They very well could have went next door to Emily's apartment, which was right next door, and hung out over there for those couple hours that Sarge was questioning, when they were kind of dead on their phones, and they sat and talked about it and worked it out and said, okay, we need to go do something about this now, and came up with their plan, came back over, and bing, bang, boom. I mean,
and even the court documents say that when the people arrived, when Hunter and Emily arrived, they met them outside the house, not in. They didn't come and knock on the door.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Because Hunter was trying to figure out how to get in the house.
I think that's been debunked now.
Well, here's the weird thing. In one of the initial phone calls, the 911 calls, and I heard this at the very beginning when the 911 call was first released, you hear a portion of that call where it sounds like they may have tried to go through Xana's window.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you hear him talking about a screen, and she's screaming, Dylan's screaming, no, 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 or something like that. So did they go up the ladder and try to look through the window to see what's going on? But why would they do that if the door's wide open? See, this is
why not just go in the house?
So I'm telling you, that's why a lot of people believe that this 911 call was staged. Okay, yes. and it was designed, so on and so forth. How many times did they try to do this? Okay. And it's a little strange to me. It just really is a little strange to me how it comes off. And you hear the different variations of it after Outkast broke it down and Jeff did what he did and blah, 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 blah. There's things in here that you hear that when I first pulled it from Channel 8, I didn't hear any of that shit. None of it. There's at one point I hear somebody in the background screaming for somebody to shut the fuck up. Loud. Okay. And then you hear somebody talking about getting a watch off of somebody's arm. I mean, it's weird stuff. Like, what the hell's going on? And they redacted a bunch of shit from it before Channel 8 got it. Why? Just leave the call be. Play the actual call. And why are you messing with it if there's nothing to hide? I don't know. I just don't know. How many versions of it are there, you guys? Again, we don't know.
Like I said, I think the state has a huge problem. The prosecution, unless they, go, okay, we got a drug addict who says she's the DoorDash driver, which Molly's not even her name, but we'll call her Molly. Don't worry about it. We got two people who lived. Nobody touched them. She opened her door, ran out, not knowing if anybody was still in the house, sees Xana on the floor and says, oh, well, she's drunk. Okay, and then go downstairs. If you can open your door while people are being executed, I mean, let's be serious, and run down the stairs, your ass can go right to that door and go out.
Mm-hmm.
Based on what we know about this crime, if Molly is a drug addict and she's involved in the drug world and potentially involved with selling, her putting herself at the scene of the crime at the time would implicate her more than Brian, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
She could say whatever she wants about Brian. She should be considered the suspect.
Well, and at that point, maybe that's what the scenario was, and they flip-flopped it. Who knows? I do have Christy as one of our moderators. We have her video that we can look at here shortly too. I'm sure.
But why is this Molly all coming out now?
Well, it's not that she came out. That video was put out 8 months ago through Officer Axon's channel.
Okay.
And that's been there. Okay, nobody knew what it was at that point until just recently, and she made that whenever that happened. It's on the time and the year and the date was all in her September of last year when it all came out. So it's been there. It just so happened to be found and put out. So that's another version of a leak, in my opinion. There's reasons for all this to happen, obviously. And it's kind of ridiculous because here we are, everybody's doubting that Brian was there, and everybody's screaming, show me he was there, show me he was there, show me he was there. Guess what? Bing bong, guess what we got now? We have a second witness, supposedly. Okay. Well, the first witness, in my opinion, is a joke. So the second witness, we'll see what's in this video that's been, broke down and stuff at some point. I know Sarge isn't into that kind of stuff, so I'll wait till he's done with his part of this stuff. But either way, it's still there's a lot of
She's still not credible.
No, she's not. No.
I don't know.
Well, she's just
I don't know
saying
the
more
name.
than she. I don't take what that woman says as any bearing on the case whatsoever, other than to establish the timeline of 4 o'clock. That's her key. That's going to be where she comes in. As far as her statements that she's making to the police on that camera,
Right.
there is no evidence. There is no motion to eliminate. There's no motion to suppress. There is nothing that we're aware of that contradicts what Lena showed, that there is only one witness to this crime, and that would be Dylan Mortensen. There is not a list of witnesses that she's going to interview.
Wouldn't
Her
that
interviews
be?
are going to be probably with the police, if anybody, right?
It just seems convenient to me how these things are happening at the exact right specific times. Okay,
Right.
if you guys can see it, obviously, we
Correct.
get nothing at all for 2.5 years, and all of a sudden, boom.
Here we are.
And then when that happens, then we get something that comes from the other direction. Then boom,
Mm-hmm.
and there's more that comes, and then boom, we get hit pieces, and we get witnesses that pop up, and all. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's obvious that the state, and in my opinion, I've said this, the state has destroyed their own case. That's my
Yep.
opinion. And it cracks me up watching the Guilter channels who are saying there's so much against Brian, it's unbelievable. There's so much evidence against him. What the hell are you watching that you're finding it? Because I don't see it anywhere.
Well,
It's the DNA.
I mean, if you consider the DNA on the sheath, and if his phone was turned off during that time frame, yeah, that's a lot of that's some evidence, but that's
It-
not that
no,
doesn't
it's
make
not.
him that still doesn't make him a killer.
I mean,
Those two things alone don't make him a killer. So
just so you know, though, the argument about the phone being off is limited to the 2 towers in Moscow.
yeah,
And this is where Cy Ray and where Ann's been arguing. The car here's the other problem. The car they tracked from WSU
I was going to say the car.
cannot be Brian Koberger, because Brian Koberger's phone that they claim was turned off at 2:47 a.m. in fact did not get turned off. And so the car they're tracking from WSU is suspect vehicle 1, but not Brian, because his phone continues connection to the network when it's handed off to a tower south of WSU. In other words, his car and his phone are recorded going southbound, and there's a handoff from towers to show that for 7 more minutes, right? Then I think he enters a dead zone. I could be wrong, but that information contradicts the PCA and the court case that suspect vehicle 1 is Brian that they followed from WSU. The car that went down that road and headed towards Moscow cannot be Brian. It's impossible.
Right.
Where do we all stand on the green car from Queen Road Apartments?
Could be.
Yeah, hold on one second, you guys. I wanted to talk about that too. That's a good point, Jesse. Jeff, first off, I don't believe that's an Elantra. That's just my opinion. Second off, it's been proven in court documents that the last sign of life is not 412. 412. That was changed to 316, and it's documented through the state.
Correct.
Okay, it's not 412 anymore, and it's been different for quite a while now. So please go either read that document or ask about it. Somebody will show it to you, whatever.
If in fact, let's just say that was true, but that then reinforces my 417 observation. If she was on her phone at 412, she was not deceased. Let's go with that. So, okay, your argument's fair, but that only shows that the crime started at 417. And if suspect vehicle 1 was involved in the crime that sped away at 4:20 a.m., there's no living way in the universe that all 4 of those young people were killed in 3 minutes. You entered, killed, exited, and drove away in 3 minutes. Not possible.
Legs carved, sitting in a chair.
Come on, man. Who's this guy? Casper the Unfriendly Ghost? It's crazy, some of the arguments they make. And when information is corrected, they never account for it. They just keep going with their same narrative. It's sad.
I hope they're able to prove it, because I don't believe there was a car. I think that the killers were on foot.
Walked on foot.
Yes. It makes more sense to do that anyway. So that's just my opinion, but again, that's what I'm
The
telling you.
eyebrows isn't real either. The 5'10" in black isn't real either. There's nothing to substantiate that that's what this woman saw. So when people argue that she's not credible, in fact, she's very credible to the defense. I want
Yeah.
her in the witness stand,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think
Everybody. I'm sorry.
I don't think drugs. At first, I thought, well, somebody, I know a little about that world.
Yeah.
Well, I know a lot about it, so there you go. The AB, they would not, and I mean, they would not have left a glove outside. They would not have left a boot print or anything else. And the fact they like I said, at first I thought, well, good, they are sending the message, because there was a family in California that they killed them all. The lady had a baby. Anybody know what I'm talking about? But they killed them all, and that was just to send a message to one of their relatives. That does happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm telling you that if AB was involved in this, there would not have been a glove left outside. There would not have been two people left alive,
No.
because witnesses are bad. I mean, really think about this. You're in a home, you just went upstairs and killed two people. You're coming down the stairs to kill two more. And you look at a door and go, she's in there. And there's one downstairs too. But I'm not going to bother with them because I'm just going to get four. It makes zero sense that they were left alive.
The only explanation for that is they have to be connected to whoever's responsible for the crime, because there is no way that anybody who's committing that crime is going to let them live. And the whole you're exhausted theory, or that just ran out of gas, I really don't buy that. And not only that, they had the time to sit in a chair, carve legs, do a lot of really unnecessary damage that wasn't required. So a lack of energy to commit this crime didn't seem to be an issue for these perpetrators or this perpetrator.
I'm curious to know if there was any unnecessary wounds inflicted upon Maddie that are, as described, that were done to
Ethan.
And I say that because it's interesting to me that two people that have their love of their life in their room with them, and the loves of their lives are taken out very quickly, and then they fight to the last breath, and get killed during that struggle. And so you got Zaina that's been horribly attacked, and Kaylee, who's horribly attacked. I wonder, did they witness their partners, their loved ones being killed?
I think so.
That's what it seems like to me.
I think they did, yeah.
It seems to me, because how do you have two of them, both of their significant others? I'm not saying Kaylee and Maddie were lovers, but I'm saying that they were like,
they were together. They were best friends.
Family at the very least, right? Enough for her to come back and spend the night with her again, right? And it's got nothing to do with sexuality, but that's the love of her life, and she's the love of her life. And the same is going on in the room below. Two of them are taken out relatively quickly, and the others fight for their life. I honestly think that crime scene speaks to not just more than one perpetrator.
Well,
but something else going on, and the people were held either at gunpoint or at knife point, and it wasn't until the knife plunged that these other two, the two ones that have been, horribly murdered.
So do you think that there was a gun involved?
Yeah.
There may have been something to hold people in place. I don't know, more than one person, maybe multiple people could be. The crime scene how is it that you're able to take out two people so easily, and the other remaining two became these bearers of battle, right?
Without them screaming. Yeah. Hold them at gunpoint.
They probably scream, but my point is that just seems to me like, imagine if you watched your loved one being held at knife point, and then you don't know what's going to happen, and then it gets plunged into his chest. What are you going to do? You're going to attack.
I thought Ethan's what is it? Something artery.
He was taken out with one strike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean,
First strike did him in, and that's what I'm saying. Why? How are they in such a position to do that? And then instantly Zaina respond. Do you follow me? It's not like they
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It just seems to me like there's a lot more we're never gonna know because
Yep.
of these
AR
policemen.
AR
There's multiple
Hayes.
people involved. That's why.
Yeah, he
More people involved
he
in
did a
I think it's
video.
really significant that it's not just Dylan and Bethany who have this story that doesn't add up. It's significant to me that all the other people that were there that morning, the Hunter and Emily, Josie, whoever was there, whoever is supporting that story, I think they all have to have knowledge, and all have to be participating in the lie. And I've said this before too, but you arrive there and you're told Xana passed out drunk. And if you're Hunter and Emily, you know Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan. Nobody mentions that. Nobody mentions any of them. The 911 call, nobody else is mentioned. It's just Xana's passed out drunk.
The
There's no
smell.
way that makes any sense to
Yeah.
anybody. Any reasonable human that is aware, that knows the people in that house would say, well, what about Kaylee? What about Maddie? What about Ethan? You call the police, you're on 911 call, and you're going, yeah, our friend is passed out drunk. There's three other people unaccounted for in that house. If something terrible happened to one, you better check on the others. And to not mention them and to pretend like the thought never crossed your mind, even when you'd been repeatedly phoning them and leaving voicemails for them all night. And then that Bethany phoned them but never texted, whereas Dylan, I believe, phoned and texted them. But apparently after 4:30 in the morning, they stopped calling them all and then just forgot about it. Just they didn't exist anymore after that initial flurry of calls and texts.
Look, I don't think they were friends. I personally do not think, because Dylan's room is right under Maddie's, right? I mean, if you look at
right below a bullhorn of a hallway that would shuttle the noises right down the hallway into the
Yes.
common room right next to hers.
I don't think that it's not that they weren't friends. They just weren't close like that. They were not in the same circles. I found that out over the past couple years from looking into it. Completely separate circles, okay? And not the same group of friends. They didn't know each other that way. And that's why I struggled and really got super suspicious when I found out that Dylan wanted to bring Kaylee back here to be her plus one to the dance. For what reason? Because you two don't even talk. You don't know. You know what I mean? So that was very strange to me, and it bothered the hell out of me, to be honest with you. And it that yeah. So no, they weren't close like that. Those two.
well, did you see Maddie's, what was it, Instagram? Or I think it was Instagram, that Halloween party where
Oh yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, that happened on the, oh God, what'd they say, the 30th or 31st, something like that, and
Halloween,
then 2 weeks later, so to say.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I mean you can see it through, either read into it at that point what that is, but there's definitely not something right there. I agree with you on that.
I mean, like I said, her room is right under Maddie's. You can't tell me she didn't hear anything. I ain't buying that. Right down the hall, same floor as her.
Again, though, the people that show up in the morning to support them, to help them, the Hunter, the Emily, the Josie,
they still need to be questioned as well.
The point though is, even though Dylan and Bethany were there and should have known, their friends showing up in the morning should have known, in my opinion, when they get there. And the first thing that's going to happen when you show up at that scene is, what's going on, guys? And then you're going to be told, and apparently they could, because they're all telling the same story, right? And we believe the story is a lie. But, and I guess some people out there, I think some people out there, and I don't know if you guys are among those people, believe that Dylan and Bethany are lying, and they also lied to the others, and they lied to their friends, and their friends just believed the lie. But I don't believe that's sensible to even think that way. there's no way that those people would have believed that. If they showed up and you told them that story, they would have immediately called you out and said that's bullshit, or they should have.
Well, I think that they all knew. All the people on the property were aware that the 4 young
Had to
people
know.
were deceased.
Had to know.
Right. And now they're hearing something about, maybe Dylan said that there were people in the house, a guy in the house, whatever she said. And I don't think that anybody that showed up on that property that morning didn't clearly understand that those 4 people were dead.
Listen,
Well,
you're absolutely
so that means they're all lying right now, though, Sarge. That's
Yes,
that's
and
the
they're
point
all
I'm trying to
lying.
make.
If
They're
we go
all
back to
lying.
what Kim said, folks, people knew about this at 8:30 that morning. Okay, facts
Yeah.
is facts is facts. Kim said, Dave said it. It's been said, and I at this point I believe it because we know that these two were sitting on Snapchat, Instagram, whatever they were on, telling people something is going on. Well, guess what? It's got to be this. It's got to be this. Nothing else makes any sense to me. So
How
they
did
knew. They knew. Everybody around there knew. And here's the other thing she said, and I got to say I'm going to believe it now. That people around, a lot of groups of people around there knew this was going to happen. 1, 2, knew that it had happened when it did, and 3, they knew who was involved in it. And that's a lot of people to know this for there to be the wrong person in custody for it at this point right now. That's a problem for me, and I want to know why. And it, like I said, a lot of people didn't believe her, and she's really.
I didn't. I thought she was crazy.
Most people did, JC, and that's why I threw out an apology out to her. Many people, Sarge even said
I
he had.
also thought Lana was crazy too. I'm like, what? And
Well,
now I'm like, maybe not so much.
well, I mean, these things,
Until we get more text messages, we won't know.
right?
And there was a statement made in your chat room that's absolutely accurate that the defense is only going to be able to cross-examine the evidence presented. That's why it's going to be very important that she's able to offer alternative suspects, but then also call. I don't know how this is going to work out in the trial, but I think she's going to be able to question Dylan and Bethany and others because they're witnesses. They were on the crime scene. I think that they're all going to have to be brought to the stand to explain themselves, and she's going to be able to question them in a way to try to draw the contradictions out of these people. I don't think Dylan and Bethany should have a seat in the courtroom either. I don't think that should be even remotely allowed.
Right.
That those two are allowed in that courtroom during the trial.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Another thing I would keep forgetting to bring up is why are we just now finding out about this Josie girl? Where was that for 2.5 years?
What's the deal with Josie? Because I was dealing with an issue from my bank.
She went in the house.
She
went in.
Yeah.
She went in the house with him, Sarge. Is somebody else? It's in that that new Prime Video thing coming out. She goes in the house with Emily and Hunter and Bethany and Dylan. How many other people went in the house that aren't speaking out now? Right. You know what I mean? I mean, why was that? Or here's another thing.
If you were there, and it's not been, and you haven't been talked about yet, wouldn't you go forward and say?
You should.
I would.
You should. She was.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're all co-conspirators in a lie, and what we really want to know is what are they covering up? And these shows like Dateline and News Nation should be ashamed of themselves for running the propaganda that they're running. When this information, everybody knows this is in court documents. This isn't a conspiracy theory. We know that they were texting their friends at 8:00 in the morning, like Dago just said. We know that prior to that coming out, we had Dave and Kim suggesting that was happening. So we have eyewitness testimony that everybody in town was getting these text messages regarding the death of these kids. And now we got people popping out of the woodwork saying they were there. I mean, these are questions that need to be answered. And any investigative program that isn't talking about this is gaslighting and blowing smoke up your ass.
And there's some channels out there that won't even let you mention or think that this was not a rug house.
It was
places where Jeff H hangs out.
I mean, it was. I mean, they're college kids.
Because they think that these people were perfect. These people were not perfect. Nobody's perfect. No. They were. If it's a known party house in a college town, there's more than likely something else going on as well.
And that's what I'm saying.
Not just alcohol, folks. Not just alcohol.
You know, she's showing up at 4 a.m. to deliver something. You really think it's just Jack in the Box? I mean, put 2 and 2 together, it would suggest that Molly, the DoorDash driver, is probably delivering more than just DoorDash.
Are we gonna? Did they, download everything off of Maddie's phone, Kaylee's, Ethan, and Xana? I mean, do they have everything like text messages, or Snap or whatever? Because there was a fight
None.
with Ethan and oh God, what's his name?
Hunter?
No, sure of old balls. That one.
Oh, David Load.
Yes, there was a fight between those two, and those
Oh,
two
yeah.
have had a problem for a long time. It just didn't stem from that night.
No, it was an ongoing situation, and it didn't have even have anything to do with that. That was verified that fight happened.
And
And
didn't Dylan's? Oh, I'm sorry.
it was ongoing from the year before, because Ethan was repeating his freshman year. So, yeah.
Didn't Dylan say she heard music, people talking, they were singing or something, and then it was he had a vacuum cleaner or something. I mean, seriously,
There's a lot that she's put out there, and it changed. And like I said, guys, I've said this 1,001 times. The state's side of this has changed. How many different ways? How many different times? And the only thing that hasn't changed in this is that, of course, Brian didn't get to put anything out, but his side of things has not changed. It's the same situation, ongoing and nonstop.
And none of the arguments in court have changed at all to accommodate information we're unaware of.
No.
That's the one interesting thing, is that nothing alleged in that PCA or in the accusations themselves is there any argument outside of those bounds, right? There's no second. So to me, it's very telling when people say we don't have all the data. I think that's true, but I'm not so sure that any of the data coming forward is going to be good for the state because of the propaganda. You don't need propaganda when the truth is on your side.
Yeah. And
right? You just don't need it.
The whole thing, like I said, and you're correct, their story has changed. Oh, they were asleep, both of them on the bottom floor. Oh, no, wait. One was on the second floor, and the other one was on the bottom floor. And I have a problem with, it was either Kaylee or Maddie that called Bethany. They didn't call Dylan.
Here's the thing, though. I'm glad you brought that up. I want to say something about that real quick. Hold on one second. In the text messages, we see, I can't remember the exact time. I'm sure somebody in here has it. But at one point, there is a MM that calls
Bethany,
yes.
Mm-hmm.
MM calls,
Yep.
Thank you, Luz, thank you, at 2:55 or so, right. So MM can either be, because now we have a new name that's been added to this, it can either be Maddie Mogan, it can be Madison Moy, or at this point, guys, it could be Molly McMichael, okay?
Oh my God.
And I never thought of it until the other day because it's an MM. Now, we don't know, but it's interesting. Now that new name
They didn't refer to the person as a roommate either in that statement, right? They just gave the initials.
No, they didn't, and it's very
because they do identify when they're talking to other roommates. That's pretty consistent, right?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely, and that's what I was thinking the other day. Like, oh my God, these letters match this name. So I'll be damned if that possibly very much could not be her too. I'm just saying.
Another thing about the wording in the PCA is that there's two terms used to describe people in the house. There's roommates and girls, and it's one of the other creators has suggested that they might be referring to Kaylee and Maddie as the girls and Dylan and Bethany as the roommates, or vice versa. So you sort of assume when they talk about the roommates or the girls that they're talking about all four. I think at one point they say the girls were sitting on the bed talking about getting food. The roommates were doing this, girls, roommates. We've seen the creative language about the cell phone towers and other things. It might be creative language to refer to separate the two groups, Dylan and Bethany and Kaylee and Maddie, using the terms girls and roommates.
Outcast. Hey, I love him. Shout out to you. I think he knows what happened at 4 a.m.
Welcome, Bub. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, guys, go check out Outcast's channel if you have not. He's done a lot of great work with the audio and stuff. The link's right here in the chat. Thank you for joining us today, brother. I appreciate you very much. You're welcome to jump up here with us, express your views. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Great to see you, bud. Great to see you, as always.
Isn't there another discrepancy that Xana and Ethan were home at 2 and now they were not home until after 2:30?
No, they
Yes.
said 1:45.
Yeah, they
everybody
were
went
at first they were the first ones home, but now they were the last ones home, correct?
there's no
Well-
exact time for them to come home now. It was past 2:30 or so that they believe that they got home.
Why have they also
that's-
moved the time of the
So
crime?
why did that change?
They changed. They decided to change. They also changed the time of the crime from the original document of 4:20 to 4:30.
Well, and
Doesn't
also
the
from
grand
three-
jury-
Also from 3 to 4.
Yeah,
don't you have to go by what you said in the grand jury? I mean, can
Wow.
you say one thing in a grand jury and then get in court and go, no, that's not what happened.
Well, I guess you're not supposed to be able to do that. But here's the catch: how did the crime go from 4:20 and a car screaming away to then 4:25, which is, you can see it right in the documents, to now 4:30? And I'm telling you, they're trying to account for the dog barking. That's why they're extending the periods that they're showing you this crime took place until. But you can't argue the car screamed away. That's written in stone by you guys. And you can't argue the dog barking for 30 minutes after 4:17. That's your own collected evidence that was shared with Ann. So these people are in trouble as far as prosecuting Goldberger. As to ever finding the perpetrators, good luck. I don't think that's ever going to
It's
happen.
not going to happen.
No, I don't think so. And I mean, if you think about it, it would. I mean, let's put yourself in the shoes of one of whoever did this, and I don't believe it was just one. I don't buy that. You got two girls. Even if you got a gun, I mean, they can get up and start kicking the shit out of you, biting you, whatever. There had to. I mean, and you can't tell me. Okay, Kaylee was awake.
Every one of them was awake, in my opinion, Diane.
I think so.
Everybody in that house was awake. Okay, there's just, I mean, except for maybe Maddie, in my opinion, and maybe I thought about it. Maybe Ethan could have been passed out to an extent, but that's just a theory I have based on something else. So I don't know. But I think
he was intoxicated. You know, they, like I said, college kids.
Well, that's what they're telling us. But everything they've told us so far is a convoluted lie. It's just a story for us to accept. And
Christina, that's not true, hon. That was a rumor that started in the beginning because they were doing maintenance on Wi-Fi on campus, not there. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
But didn't her phone go? Didn't Kaylee or not? Yeah, Kaylee's phone. What was it? Wasn't connected to the internet or something, or
say that again.
Wasn't Kaylee's phone? They said something. Her last call. Then they was like at what 2:50.
2:57 or something like that. 2:57, I think.
Okay, but didn't they say after that her phone disconnected from the Wi-Fi or something?
No, there's no news of that.
I never saw that. No,
they don't talk about their phones anymore, other than listing them.
Right.
And they even manipulate the usage of the phone by implying there was no usage in their documents between 4:23 or 4:27 and 10:23. They leave it out, the fact that Dylan remained active on her phone to at least 6:30 and beyond.
Christy says it. She's right. What she's talking about is when they said her phone went off at 2:57 and then never turned back on. That's what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Whether it died or was turned off or whatever.
So I mean, I think I would hope to God that all the text messages and phone calls from Kaylee's phone, Maddie's phone, Ethan's, and Xana's were, because I mean, her dad did call her at 12. What do you say, 12 midnight? And he talked to her, so she was alive at that point.
Apparently, everybody turned off their phone, including Brian Koberger, except for Dylan and Bethany.
Right.
I mean, it's the ridiculousness of this is it's almost stupefyingly sad. It's just the most unbelievable cacophony of information that, the only way you could put that together is to just blindly accept that everything the police tell you is true.
Well, I don't.
Well, that's what they wanted us to do, Sarge. That's what they expected us to do. And when we did it for a little while. And guess where we got? Nowhere.
Yeah. Well, there's two groups of people out here. People that ask questions because they really want to know, or they ask questions because it just doesn't make sense. And we want the blanks filled in with data, not with you just telling me everything you need to know is written over there.
Right.
And then when you read it, they're adding 1 and 1 and coming up with 16. Well, I want to know what other numbers you added to get to 16, because 1 and 1 ain't cutting it, brother.
No, you're right.
And there's a lot of people that don't have that capacity to question. They, for whatever reason, they like to go against people that ask honest questions. And that's their motive in life, I guess. I don't know.
I mean,
it's cool.
Yeah, and to answer to what Paco just said, that I feel that Ann knows who did this now. It's all going to come out. State is going to going forward at their own peril. And you know what, Paco, I got to say that I feel that at least Ann has an idea as to who she thinks may have been involved at this point. Yes, I agree. Is she sure? I don't know that she knows that for a fact yet, but I definitely feel, because she was very confident when she brought out the fact that when she said Mr. Koberger is ready and willing to provide multiple alternate suspects in this case that have much of a closer relationship to the victims than Brian Koberger, my client.
And
Brian
watch her use DNA and Ray to point a finger at somebody that's not going to escape from.
Yep.
Right? They got 3,800 downloads from those towers. Somebody that had a phone, if they were involved in this crime, is in that list of 3,800, and it ain't Brian Koberger.
I do agree.
Yes.
And there's more than one person. And I think that we're all going to be shocked when this alternate suspect situation is either leaked, for one, because it's going to come, or was presented during the trial. And I think either we're going to be surprised or we're going to be absolutely like, I told you so. Okay. So it's going to go one way or the other, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't think it started out that they were going to, unalive them.
No, I don't believe so either. I believe that, just like Kim had stated at one point, this was a shakedown or a confrontational situation that started off as an argument, or like I said, a shakedown that got very, very much carried away with and ended in a bad way. That's what I think happened, because it was, she said that it was known that this was coming. This was going to happen, okay, based on things that were talked about on campus and through their community chats or whatever, because they're all in there. But I believe that's what this started off as, and it just went way too far, and you couldn't come back from it at that point. I wish I could give you some, brother. I got plenty of it here.
I personally think David Loach, or whatever his name is, definitely was there. I mean, definitely. Like I said, him and Ethan, and if you can do the research and
not like WSU Dave.
No. David Loach and David Baracoa. That angle is very understandable and very possible. Yes.
I mean,
okay, I've just never heard those names. So
you carve on someone's leg.
That's a personal
yes.
thing.
That's personal.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's up? Good to see you, Unc. I just noticed you were here, brother. Good. Thank you for joining us today.
Are they frat brothers?
They
I
are.
think so.
Okay.
Oh, no, they absolutely are. Yes.
The only problem I have with that theory, though, is it doesn't fit a lot of other things. For example, why would all those other kids lie to protect David Roach? It doesn't sound like any of them were close or liked that guy.
Well, if it is that angle, Jesse, I don't think it's to protect the people personally, but the fraternity and or the college possibly. That would be the only thing I would see in that aspect.
But why would the students be so invested in protecting the college from, they're supposed to be friends with Kaylee and Maddie, and they're going to protect the college. They're going to protect Loach. It doesn't really fit to me, and also it doesn't fit in the drug angle, because as much as Loach and this other character, I haven't really dug into it as much as most people have.
It's all the stuff that was in the 4chan stuff that makes it.
Admittedly, I'm not as big on this theory, but
I get
I haven't heard that they're involved in the drug trade heavily, and I still think that the drug angle makes more sense. And then this Molly McMichael coming forward, involving herself in the case, hits that drug angle even more. The interview we had with Dave when he talked about the house and just what do people kill people over? Fights about somebody saying you got a small dick is not usually high on the list. Drugs is very, very drugs, money, and sex.
Her
That's what
presence
you
at
kill people
4
over.
a.m. Her presence at 4 a.m. is a significant point of interest in that.
Very much so.
According to the police, shortly thereafter, then they show you and they claim it was 407 and something that he parked. But
Yeah.
every time they give you more data that they claim is factual, it reduces the amount of time for this crime to have been committed.
Every
Mhm.
single time.
To the insanity. So from 407 to 417, when the dog went nuts, what did this person do for 10 minutes? Or people?
Right.
Were those people recognizable to the dog and they were in there committing the crime? Or didn't start to commit the crime yet, but they were recognizable to Murphy and therefore he didn't have a problem until the violence began at 417? That's possible.
Right.
But to say that one man went in and did this with the data they've given us is an impossibility. It's like saying that I could drive my car to the moon. I just need a little more gas.
No, I agree with you, Sarge. I agree, and I've never ever thought it. But the more we get, the further, and we're about to play this video that Christy put together. She did a great job on it. But the more we get further ahead, the less that makes any sense to me. The less that it makes any sense that one person did this. And yeah, Sarge is definitely not going to like this, but my apologies.
You're not here to please me, right?
He's well to some extent, of course, but most of the time, no. You can handle it. You're a big boy. You got it. But it is a lot of people want to see this. A lot of people want to hear this. It is kind of interesting. This is the raw version of what we saw before, and Christy hits on some points in here and points some things out with it that are quite interesting in my opinion. She did a great job, like I said, guys. Please go check out her channel. If we can drop her link one more time. I definitely think she's got a future in what she's doing. So please support her and show some love over there. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything she puts out. Subscribe and make sure to hit the like button over there. This is her video, like I said, I'm showing here. But again, all of these points that we've just talked about are absolutely valid points. They make this is why we've been doing this for so long. This is why we keep coming back here and doing this every time we do it. Because of all of this stuff. Now, the other big thing before we get into this video that blows my mind, thank you, Christy, is that we all know there's a group of volunteers and others that are out there right now. I think it went through. I don't know if they've started it yet or not, but they're about to be if they haven't.
They have.
Looking for the murder weapon.
Oh, my Lord.
This is a joke to me. I'm just telling you, nothing but respect, but it's a joke to me. And if they show up with a weapon, if they show up with a damn K-bar knife, I'm gonna say no. Okay, I'm gonna say no. I'm not gonna believe it, and I'm gonna blast it. I'm telling you.
3 years later.
Yeah, it won't make a damn bit of sense to me that you put together a group of people all of a sudden that are gonna go pull a knife out of somebody's ass and say, "Here it is, we found it." No,
that's like going to hunt for $100 bill that you wrote the serial numbers down for and spent.
Yeah,
Or randomly driving by Fairview Road to pick up broken pieces of taillight a week after I found Donald Keith.
Bingo. Yeah. So just forewarning, folks, if somebody shows up with a murder weapon from the Idaho 4 murder scene, expect Dago to go no, not no, but hell no. And you can take that, put it back. Whoever put it there, great job, but I don't believe you. Sorry.
How would you? I mean, it's rained, it snowed, dirt, grass, everything else. It's going on 3 years. I don't even think if they found a knife that it would be admissible in court.
It probably won't be. And here's the thing: there's definitely, in my opinion, if it was even a K-bar, because I don't truly believe it was, there's going to be more than one weapon. At least 2 to 3, in my opinion. Okay, and I still don't believe it was a K-bar. That was based on Mabbitt's testimony, to which he said in that interview that it was a very, very large blade weapon, or whatever it was. I think she said, but very large, and that's a 7-inch blade. It's not a big knife, folks.
Didn't they also say puncture wounds?
They were large,
Tears.
Yeah.
There were
large,
tears and
yes, very large puncture wounds and tears, and it sounded, and that's why I did that show almost 3 years ago, and showed what it would look like if you broke a golf club in half and stabbed somebody with it, and it would make a very large ripped puncture wound. Period.
What's
Or
that? I'm sorry, what's
gouges.
that knife,
It was
Dago?
yes.
That's it's like they call it a tiger claw or
Oh, with the hook on the end of it.
yeah.
Yeah, I seen that too. I showed that too during that show. I showed that. I showed the golf club. I showed what machetes would look like. I mean, and we know there was machetes in that house, or a machete at least. Um, but that doesn't mean it was that weapon. I'm just saying it would make large. Steve himself said, which we know what to believe or not, but large gouges, okay, puncture type wounds. I mean, no, I don't believe. I haven't believed that it was a
gouges
cable
are usually from swinging a bladed weapon, not from stabbing it with a bladed weapon.
or like
Unless
shoving
it's
something
deflected
in
by
and
the
out.
interior of the your bones or something. But
Yeah,
there's when you're using a knife to penetrate something, there's a lot of deviation of the movement of that blade. The tips on those are known to break off.
and there were tears. There were tears. They said too. So that if there was a knife, it's going to have the serrated side to it as well.
My
There
uncle,
certainly should have been pieces of that knife found inside the victims if indeed it was one knife used for all four
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
54 stab wounds, you're going to hit bone. Sorry, but
yeah.
you're going
My
to.
uncle's a Marine or was a Marine, and we were talking about it, and he goes, "It wasn't a K-bar." He goes, "They're good knives." He goes, "But the tip." He goes, "After you did one person, and you either it broke off the first person or the second person." He said they're not. They're just, and he said they
No,
would
they're
not
forged.
cause.
No, they're a very good blade, and they're forged to an extreme hardness. But that
Very much.
extreme hardness is also enters a brittleness
It
to the
gets
fine
brittle.
point, and that's why they're known for breaking their tip.
Yeah.
Right. And
Right?
like I said, 7 inches, guys, is only like that big. Okay. This is a 12-inch blade. That's not very big. A 7-inch blade, and they're only like this wide. It's not the if you're going to commit a murder with a blade, it's not going to be something like that. I wouldn't think, unless it's all you had. Okay.
Unless it was a defensive weapon that one of the victims had in their possession and it got taken from them.
That is another very plausible situation that especially if they knew that something could have been going on or could happen. Okay, could happen. They have it there in the bed with them to protect themselves just in case, and they go to defend themselves, and it's taken from them and used against them. That is something I've thought about.
I would have actually, in all fairness, I would have asked the victims' family if they were known that any of the victims to have a knife for protection, especially women. That is it's either mace or a knife or both.
Where's the knife that Dylan had when they were cutting that watermelon?
That was Xana that had that. I believe it was Xana, and I think it belonged to the neighbor. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that.
I mean, that was a
machete. That was a machete.
Yeah.
And I have the same one. I own the same one. I showed it one day. Now, don't forget something either. A lot of those pictures that were put out about Dylan holding the knives and stuff, a lot of those were photoshopped, guys. A lot of them. So don't take those all into effect.
But did we not talk about Enan being kind of a knife person?
Ian Hart?
He was a chef. He had a bunch of knives, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So he could have had knives.
Very possibly, yes. I don't know though.
If you remember right, when he came out and he literally described, you park here, you walk down here, you look up, there's Kaylee's room, and you go over there, and there's Maddie's room.
Right.
And
so
how the hell
it was a murder suicide with Ethan's knives? I'm just teasing.
No.
No,
Enan.
I'm just being a goof.
No, Enan Harsh.
Yeah, the weirdo next door that inserted himself.
And
when you compare him to Brian, he certainly seems like more the creep. The story he told when he brought over a half a bottle of wine that's half empty.
Right.
It's like, what are you doing, bud? You know, could you
Cooking.
imagine giving a half a bottle of wine to some college girls and going, thought you guys might need this? I mean, I could just imagine them rolling their eyes at him for that.
And
I
it was
think
actually, it wasn't even wine. It was cooking sherry or something weird like that. Like, who the hell? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, if anything, and I think it was a Clue said last year that she's always thought that he was involved. I'm not saying he is, but um, he's very
I
strange.
think,
He does
but
have swords and knives and all sorts of weird things, and so yeah,
well, when I first looked him up, when you first told me his name, I was like, who is this guy? So I decided to look him up. And have you seen his eyebrows?
yeah,
I mean, come on.
he did
They
own a
put the
leather
bush
lunch,
in
you
bushy.
guys.
like I said, he literally, and I still think he had something to do with it. I just literally, he, like I said, well, you park. I would park, I would park right here, and if you walk straight down this, this hill, and boom, right there, you're in the back of the house.
Yeah, a
There's
lot
her
of
room,
people.
there's their room, and then he says, well, they didn't have a gun or anything. How did he know?
A whole
As
lot
much
of
as I agree that he was suspicious and a weirdo and way more of a weirdo than Brian, it just doesn't fit though, because all those kids aren't going to lie for that weirdo next door. They probably didn't like him, so they're not going to make up a story and run cover for him. And there's so many other things it doesn't fit.
I don't think he's smart enough to pull it off. To be honest with you, that's
No,
my problem.
because a glove was left outside. You already left a sheath upstairs.
Right.
You left a glove.
Do we
got
know?
blood on him, and we don't really know where the blood was on the handrail, if it was going up to their room or going downstairs towards.
Right.
We do have a description. They said it was blood that led from the second to the first. Now that could be
So it's going down.
That's what it implies, but that, like everything else, it doesn't mean that that's exactly what it was. But just so you know, it was described that way: blood on a handrail leading from the second floor to the first floor.
Oh,
So,
Right.
yeah, that's pretty descriptive. But still, like everything else they give you, oh, we got his car. Yeah, okay.
But what
Got his
about this
phone,
bloody
you know.
footprint outside of Dylan's bedroom?
Never
Do we know?
saw the bloody footprint. It was a latent footprint found outside of her door. But they
But we
used
don't.
amino black, which is something that picks up. Or I say it's dog piss, not blood.
it
See,
could be.
they didn't hit it. They hit it with that luminol, and that'll
The
bring up your
luminol.
blood. But
Okay.
but they hit it with amino black, which picks up organic material, which could include
Dog
urine.
piss.
Dog, feces, a small amount of it, right? And so we don't know what that shoe print shows, but I don't even know if we know the exact size. Someone was saying it was a 9,
Yeah, size
and if
9.
it's a 9, that Koberger's foot's going to be way bigger than that. And it may
Doesn't
not
he
have
wear
nothing to
like
do
an
with
11 or
crime,
a
He
12?
wears a 13. They found a
13?
size 13 pair of
but
shoes.
Yeah, he's a
it-
big dude.
No, it could be anything organic, body fluids. It could, but generally, I would think that it was someone might have stepped in dog urine, and that they missed this area with the mop, dried up, evaporated, but it was there.
Yeah.
You don't know, and until they tell us exactly what the shit is, you got to guess. And I don't know that it's blood because of the way they used amino black to discover it.
That
I think
implies a
Dylan
Isn't
clean one.
typically how you search for blood.
Right.
That literally, sir. I mean, it's stamped with it because they found it. That's somebody cleaned something up, because you don't hear anybody going, "Oh my God, look at all this blood! Oh my God, watch where you step. There's blood every." I mean, and then they say, "Well, there was no trail of blood to the slide or to the sliding glass doors in the kitchen." Where is it? You can't tell
Yeah.
me that he was not covered in blood. I'm just not
You'd
buying
have to
it.
be dripping with it.
Yeah. So where
Where
is
is it?
the blood trail?
It'd be different if Dylan said she witnessed a naked man with a black bag walking through the house. Then you would say, well, the blood's in the bag that he took his clothes off in Zaina's room, whatever. But her description of what she claimed she saw, you're absolutely accurate to suggest that he left trails of his movement. Right?
Yeah. I mean,
they sat down in a chair and left blood prints. Whose ass cheeks did they measure to find out whether it was one of the victims that had been in the chair throughout the battle or it was the murderer? We don't know. But the fact that there was blood on a chair tells you a butt impression then that the person that committed this crime or people had to have blood transfer all over them, their shoes, their clothes, their face. You don't stab somebody that many times and walk away pristine. No way.
And I'm telling you, literally, I will bet somebody's farm on it because I don't have a farm.
What
AB
was this video you were
was
going to show,
not
Dave?
involved in this. There would not have been a glove outside with blood on it. They would have picked it up and said, let's go. Because in prison, you know, it depends upon where you're at in the
Criminals
United
get caught
States.
silly
Right.
like that. It could have fell out of his pocket and he not realized that the
Yeah.
tail light is out on the getaway, and that's how they identify it. So there's always something
Right.
in a crime, especially a big crime like this. This isn't stealing a candy bar, right? This is
No.
serious. So
Yeah.
No, absolutely. So I'm gonna
But
throw something up here real quick that Brian Enton just put out about what we're about to watch on this video that Christy put together real quick.
I'm going to mute.
Yeah, please do because it feeds back if I don't for some reason. My computer's stupid.
how do I mute this?
Just hit down at the bottom and there's a little button that says mute and click that and it should mute you.
No, I don't see it. Oh my God. Can you mute me, Dago?
Yeah, I can. No problem. Are you
Okay.
on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. All right. There we go. You're muted now. We're good. Okay, hold on a minute. I'm gonna play this one with Brian Enton first. He just tweeted this, posted this about 40 minutes ago, and then I will play Christie's video too for you guys.
So I just got the full police report related to the DoorDash driver involved in the Brian Koberger case. I'm going to get into this in a second and read you a lot of excerpts.
Mute, Dago, mute.
Just to refresh your memory, we knew that there was a DoorDash driver, that she dropped off food at the house where the murders happened about 10 minutes before the murders. And the new twist has been that she was pulled over last year, the DoorDash driver, totally unrelated from the Brian Koberger case. She was pulled over last year for suspected DUI. And she told the police officer during that interaction that she was the Koberger DoorDash driver, that she saw Brian Koberger with her own eyes, and that she actually parked next to Brian Koberger. Okay, so now let me read you a little bit from the police report of what they say. And this is from the police officer's perspective. I'm just going to refer to her as MM because that's the way she's referenced in the court documents. So I'm not going to give her real name. It just doesn't feel right now. But it says, I contacted MM in front of the vehicle. I noticed MM had rapid, jerky hand movements and would shove her hand into her front jeans pocket to try to still the movement. I noticed MM's speech was rapid and that she would trail off or switch topics before finishing a sentence or train of thought. MM told me that she had taken a 10 milligram hydrocodone pain pill, but could not remember when she had done so. They asked her to do some field sobriety tests. During the test, MM swayed and twitched her hands constantly. MM advised that she had taken a pain pill in the afternoon, but she had taken the pain pills for years. She said she had rheumatoid arthritis, fibromyalgia, a condition with her shoulders in which her chest was too big, causing her shoulders to not get enough blood flow. This is interesting. MM said that she has PTSD, insomnia, and began explaining that her husband had been murdered in Moscow and that she was a DoorDash driver that was going to be testifying in the Moscow murder trial. MM said her pain pill that she took was hydrocodone and she took it sometime in the afternoon. I asked MM if she could tell me what time it was. She told me she had no idea. MM said she didn't know the date, but she did know it was Wednesday and told me that she had a can of soup and didn't eat much. MM said she got most of her calories from drinking and described getting a blended Frappuccino type drink from Daily Grind, drinking 3 Dr. Peppers as well as 5 bottles of water. MM said she had a tough time sleeping and she hasn't slept since the night before last. While I was speaking with MM, I noted that she had frequent mood swings and would rapidly switch from being cooperative and friendly to upset and fearful. MM was wearing untied shoes with her feet slipped into them on top of the heel portion of the shoe. MM's speech was fast throughout the interaction and her words often slurred together or trailed off. So that's some of the police report. What stood out to me in terms of this interaction with the DoorDash driver and police last year when she was pulled over. We're just gonna have to wait and see whether she gets actually called to testify in the Koberger trial. And also, again, we know we've confirmed that she is the DoorDash driver, but did she actually see Brian Koberger? Did she actually park next to Brian Koberger, or does she just think she did? We don't really know that part yet, so stay tuned.
All right, so that's the police report on that.
Why did you think I wouldn't like that?
No, that's not it, Sarge. The next video is the one that you're not going to like because it's about her and so on and so forth. But you'll be all right. I know you will be. This is the raw version of this, by the way, uncut and all that other stuff. Thank you again, Christy, for providing this. And here you guys go. Everybody was asking to see this, and there's some things in this, I guess, that we didn't hear the first time that are a little bit more incriminating or whatever you want to call it. So give me 1 minute here. Christy said, "You can do it, Sarge." Now, I think the audio doesn't kick in right off the get, just like any other body cam. So, also, one thing that was always interesting to me is pay attention the date up here and the time. 9/5, September 5th, 2:14 p.m. The sky looks like it's more like 5 or 6 p.m. to me. It looks like it's almost sunset if you look at the way it's coming down, okay? So that was interesting to me as well. As to, was it changed? What was it? I don't know. But anyway. But yeah, as soon as he goes to get out and everything, the sound kicks in, guys. That's how they work.
That's because cameras are so reliable. Blow it up to the point where we go cross-eyed, would you?
I have it as big as it gets on my screen. It's my full screen, Sarge.
I'm just making a pun about the videos we often come in contact with.
Oh, yeah, I got you. There we go.
No volume.
It's coming. It's a body cam. They don't always click in the audio until. Here you go.
It's kind of fun. You took a pain pill recently? She's gonna do the DUI. She hasn't done one in a while.
Unless you want it, but it's yours if you want it.
We'll just do the possession of her. That's fine. The other way? Yeah.
And what's your name?
What are we doing?
What's your name?
What are we doing?
Well, I was going to ask you if you do some voluntary field sobriety tests.
I can do them, but I won't pass them.
Okay, why won't you pass them?
Because I have fibromyalgia, I have arthritis, I have a lot of issues with my body. It's very broken.
Sorry, guys. Hold on. Aries, that I did look into that. It was a different person. Ethan Knight was different than the kid that was there. 2 different people. But I did look into it. Thank you, dear.
Okay. Nerve damage. I went through this with 20 last time.
Okay. And what's your name?
Molly, my boy has my
Molly.
ID. I'm trying to call my boyfriend. It's his truck. Jimmy. Jordan put me over again. Yeah, I'm in Walmart parking lot. The tags, and now they're DUI. DUI again.
510 stuff.
Same stuff. Can you get here, please?
Molly did tell me about taking a pain pill.
No, I'm not.
Tell you what kind
I'm
of
standing over here in Walmart parking lot. I was gonna take
Molly?
my kid to the bathroom.
Did you say what type of pain pill it was? I'm sorry if I missed it. Was it
It was a hydrocodone.
Hydro?
Yes.
Was it a 5 milligram or a 3?
No, it's 10 milligrams.
Oh, a 10
We
milligram.
don't
Okay.
have a 3. I've been on
Oh,
them.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Or a 3. We don't.
I'm sorry. I don't know my pain pills.
I think after that leg thing, it would be really familiar.
No, I try to use ibuprofen and
This is
Tylenol.
2 different.
There's no way.
Jimmy, this is 2 different ones. Jordan's not talking to me. Please. Are you coming?
Hey, Molly,
I'm
I
on
kind of
the
need your
porch.
attention.
I know. I'm just.
Okay.
He's coming. He has stage 4 and cancer. He's dying. He's coming.
Can he drive?
He's having his friend drive him. He doesn't, or no, he's probably. Are you bringing the Subaru? Okay, he's bringing the car. Yes, he can legally drive.
Okay.
So, from my understanding, your Subaru is the car that is claimed to have been used on the night that this happened in Idaho, by the way, that she was door dashing in, supposedly.
All right, Molly. Hey, we got time limits, okay? So can you
I know.
So can you hang up the phone real quick?
I can talk. I can tell. I told him.
I mean, he knows where you are, and he's headed this way. There's not a whole lot of reason.
I would like to keep him on the phone.
Okay, you can put it on your car.
Here, I can hold it and
No,
talk to him.
I just want to keep him on the phone. Yes, please.
Yeah, just put it on speaker.
That's
Put it on
all
the
I
hood.
want to do. Okay, that's it.
You can just put it on the hood.
I'm putting you
He
on
can
the
hear
hood of the car. Okay, they're gonna try making me. I gotta try and do this Friday thing again.
Okay, well, I'll stay quiet. Let it do it. You're okay, babe.
I told him that I can't do it.
You know you're fine. You know you're sober. You know you're okay. Don't worry. I know it's triggering everything. God. Oh my God.
You please hurry.
Okay, Molly, you want to put that on the hood so we can get started? Sooner it's started, sooner it's over, okay?
It's not my truck, officer. It's his truck.
So the meth in here is not yours?
What meth?
I'll be right there.
What are you talking about?
The drugs.
What drugs?
Drugs
You
in the
have
car.
to search my truck.
Okay.
What drugs?
No, I was just clarifying.
What drugs?
If there was drugs, they're not yours, right?
See, that was some bullshit right there. What he just did. She's obviously afraid of them for a reason, and I don't like the way this all goes down either. I'm just telling you guys ahead of time.
He's allowed to do that, though. He's not violating any law.
I know he's allowed, but he's doing it like he made it sound like he saw drugs in there, but then turns it to say if there was. You know what I mean? That's some bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's the games they play because you don't know that. See, this woman appears to be a repeat offender or repeat contact with the police. They know more or have an opinion of her you and I can't have. And so, for him to do that, okay. I know people don't like it, but that's just how law enforcement does their job. And sometimes they'll say, well, those drugs aren't mine. And then he'll say, well, bring me over and show me the drugs. And he'll get you to open the car door. Yep. So they're very cagey and clever in how they proceed forward with a traffic stop because he has no right to go into that vehicle at this point in time.
And he knows that's exactly what he was doing right there. Yeah,
exactly. He's trying to get access to a vehicle he has no right to get into.
Yep.
Yeah. And he's using trickery.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
He's coming.
So
okay,
the
Mom.
drugs are not yours. Just clarify.
There's still drugs in there.
Okay. There's no drugs. You know that for a fact.
Yeah. It's not my truck.
Okay. Oh, wait. You don't know. Okay.
It's not my truck. I can't. God damn it.
Let's just take a step away from the bumper of the car so you're not leaning on it. All
I'm
right.
not leaving.
Okay. Perfect. And just look right at me. Molly, I'm not going to make you walk. I'm not going to make you lift a leg. We have other tests we can do, okay?
Great.
All right. So I need you to stand with your feet together. Okay. Arms flat down by your sides for me. All right. Do you wear contacts or glasses?
I do.
You do? And you're not wearing them right now?
I have my contacts in.
You have your contacts in. Okay. And
They're
any
really dry.
okay. Any medications other than the hydro that you took?
I took a hydro. I took a cold medicine.
Cold medicine? Okay. When did you take the hydro? Ish.
I don't even know what time it is now.
Me neither. 7 p.m.
Can I look at my phone when I was home?
No, that's okay.
Okay, so they both clarified it's 7 p.m. that day, which fixed with the way the sky looks. Why does this body cam show 2:19? I mean, if it's a mistake, it's a mistake, but I just don't like the way that that's set up like that. That's my...
Yeah, no.
Okay. If you can hazard a guess, it doesn't really make a huge difference.
That's the problem. It was. God damn it. I think, I wasn't even paying attention to the clock.
Okay. What about the cold medicine? Did you take the hydro and the cold medicine at the same time? Okay. Anything else? You take a multivitamin?
No.
Okay.
Not even my iron.
Not even a women's daily?
Nope.
Come on, Molly.
No, I don't.
We gotta take our vitamins here. Okay, so I need you to stand with your feet together
Can
for
you
me,
shut?
please.
I take other stuff because I have an immune deficiency.
Okay.
I ended up in a coma.
Okay. Kratom or anything like that? Okay.
I take specific ones because they help with my immunity. Garlic, my lungs. I was in a coma.
Okay. All right.
Years ago.
All the way up for me. Hands by your sides.
Damn it. Jimmy, get here, please.
Okay. And can you look at me, please?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I need you to remain in that position until I tell you to move, okay?
I will do
All right.
my very best.
So I need you to look at the tip of my pen and follow the tip of my pen with your eyes and only your eyes, okay? Don't move your head at all.
Mikey, hush.
You turn your head straight for me?
Sorry.
There we go.
Just keep doing it till she fails.
Exactly. She looks like she's doing fine to me with it. With watching her eyes, her head's not really moving. But yeah, I agree with you.
All right. So you can stay in that position for this next one. Give me just a second. My kids took my watch off the charger, so I'm going to have to improvise. Okay, Molly. So for this next one, same position. I want you to tip your head back and close your eyes when I tell you to begin. You don't have to do it quite yet. Okay? Tip your head back, close your eyes, and estimate the passage of 30 seconds. When I tell you to begin, you don't have to start yet. Molly, you can look at me. We're not starting yet.
I know. I'm
Okay.
just waiting for you to tell
Okay.
me.
So when I tell you to begin, you're going to tip your head back, close your eyes, and estimate the passage of 30 seconds. When you've hit 30 seconds, you're going to look back at me, okay? All right. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, I'm not going to demonstrate that one for obvious reasons. Okay.
This one's just fine.
All right, you can begin. All right.
Fast.
Real
fast.
Why would you think that?
Last time I got it perfect, so usually I don't get it right the second time.
How'd you count?
In my head.
Well, I got that. What did it sound like in your head?
1, 2, 3.
All right. And you're saying your body is in no condition to do any walking or standing or balancing?
All my
It's up to you.
joints are all messed up. My knees dislocate. My hips dislocate. I can't walk.
Okay.
Like everybody else.
I just want to give you a fair shot if you got it.
Yeah, I have my keys. That's where you put the truck key on. Is Aaron there?
Okay, Molly.
Great.
Molly, at this time you are under arrest for DUI, okay? I believe you're under the influence. Go ahead and turn around and put your hands behind your back for me, please.
Please, can you put my phone? He's coming to get the truck.
Who is?
My boyfriend gets his truck.
Oh. Well, this is the second time that you've been arrested for DUI out of it.
You said I wasn't arrested last time.
You were.
Oh, great.
We're still waiting on blood results from that one.
I know.
So,
I know.
is there anything illegal in the truck?
Hey, Molly.
I want my truck.
Okay.
Let me get through a couple of...
We're going to go ahead and run a canine around it. If it alerts to the presence of narcotics in it, it'll be seized pending the application of the search warrant. Do you understand that?
You need to talk to my boy. Jimmy, did you hear the phone?
No.
No, I'm here.
Are
Yeah,
you
I wouldn't worry about it.
serious?
Jimmy, we're going to tow your truck, so don't worry about coming and getting it.
Molly.
You're towing it this time.
Hey, Molly, you
Yes.
gotta pay attention to me for a minute.
There you go.
Okay. You have the right
DUI.
to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Okay,
You have
well,
the
we're
right to
gonna
an
tow it.
attorney. If you can't,
Sorry. What's up?
A dog that responds to a vehicle is unlawful. That's not probable cause to search the vehicle.
Oh yeah, no. I know what you
And
mean.
the Supreme Court just ruled on that. They can't run
Yep.
dogs around your car and say, "Oh, we smell marijuana," and search your car.
Right. That's
Okay.
yeah. This was
I'm curious to see how a judge deals with that when they go in there and say the dog alerted. He's going to say, "Oh well."
Oh, hey, sorry.
I have a question.
Biff's in the house. Go ahead with your question.
Was this girl known to the police?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I think that's why she was pulled over. To be honest with
Okay.
you,
Okay.
they claim
This wasn't her first encounter.
no. Have you
Okay.
heard her say Jordan pulled me over again, which is the officer that pulls her over multiple times.
Okay.
Welcome, Lucy, Heather, Biff.
She's acting really like she is under something.
Well, she said she took a Vicodin and she's got fibromyalgia, arthritis, blah 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 blah.
Well, you shouldn't be driving if you're taking a Vicodin, correct?
You're right.
Okay.
And like I said, I think they saw her. Pastor was sitting somewhere, saw her drive by, and they pulled her over. So what are we talking about here in the chat? Lucy Morningstar, get Dago to show your picture of. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me know, Heather. Whatever you want me to do.
People are saying they've seen this video. They want to see the other ones.
That's what I was just asking Christy because I've had multiple people request. 1 minute here.
I actually have to step out because it's that time of year where I work on my all over tan. And,
I knew you couldn't do it. I knew it. It's all right. It's all right. I figured. It's all good, Sarge. It's all good. Are you doing anything tonight?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, either way, if not, then I will see you soon. And I appreciate you joining us, sir. All right, guys. I think this is the next one. She said that this is the one you guys wanted to see, so here we are. He did it anyway. You're such an ass, Sarge. I swear to God. I will get you at some point, and you'll forget something, and I'll bounce you like a basketball, sir. See you later, Sarge. Thanks again for joining us. Yes, Mr. Whoa. Hold on a minute. You said my name? What's up? Oh, you call. Oh, I see. That's why you said my name. You fixed it. Okay, no problem. Here we go, guys. This is the one that Christy said. This is the next one, and the one that I think you guys are asking to see. Here we go. Oh, once again, I was muted like an idiot. Thank you all again for joining us today. This is the second one Christy said that she put together. I believe this is the one everybody's asking for. So thank you once again, Christy, for this. Such a great job. And everybody, thank you all for joining us. Please make sure to hit the like button on your way in. And don't forget to hop over and subscribe to Miss Christy Nevada's channel. Hit the like button, notification bell so you don't miss nothing this awesome lady puts out. And thank you, Christy, and a Blue Crew for doing what you do. On we go. I agree, Alicia. I did. I 12 years I was on chronic pain medication, and I drove perfectly fine. So it's if you abuse them, I think, is where the problem lies. You know what I mean?
Hey, Molly. My name's Heidi Lambley. I'm a police officer with the city of Pullman. I am audio and video recording. It is 20:51 hours on September 4th, 2024. Could you come out and can I talk with you for a bit? Well, come out and I can explain. You can bring the blanket if you'd like.
That's the thing, you guys. When somebody that has fibromyalgia, arthritis, stuff like that they take these types of medications, the way it affects them, unless again they're abusing it, if you're following this prescription, the way it affects them basically makes them level and normal. Okay, as
She is
compared,
not level and normal.
well,
I,
she's
in
very
my opinion.
scared, in my opinion. She did the DU or the field sobriety. She seemed okay with that one with the pen and all that stuff. She's terrified of these officers in this situation for whatever reason. You guys, again, perception is on you. So, and yeah, you build up a tolerance. That's absolutely true. Alicia's right. And right there. Sorry, but yeah, no, absolutely not, Heather. No, absolutely not. So, and that's the other thing. Alicia's right on that too. That's a good point. We don't have a baseline for how she is on a normal basis because of this situation. This is how we see her, how we met her. Very good point, Alicia. Thank you for that.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat. Okay, I know that Officer Carpenter read you your constitutional rights. I'm just going to read them to you again. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right at this time to an attorney. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to an attorney before answering any questions. You have the right to have an attorney present during the questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you without cost if you so desire. You can exercise these rights at any time. Do you understand these rights? Okay. So
they did do a breathalyzer test on her, Brenna. She blew 0-0. She blew clean. Okay. The only issue that they have with her is that she's on the pain medication. That's it.
Molly, the reason why they call me is because I specialize in drug impairment, and I get a lot of extra training and learn about different issues that can mimic drug impairment, including medical conditions. And I have evaluated numerous people. Some I have found to be under the influence of drugs, some I have found to be impaired by medical conditions, and some I have found to not be impaired at all. My understanding is that you were arrested for DUI tonight and that you have a ton of medical conditions. I was curious if you would be willing to talk with me about what's going on and let me look at some things like your eyes, your vital signs, things like that. Is that something that you would be willing to do? Just you what? Okay. Did you have questions for me?
I'm scared. I have really bad PTSD.
What's going on with your stomach?
It feels like I have an ulcer. They call it MS hug, but I'm not sure.
What they call a what?
We looked it up. I mean, some people call it an MS hug.
An MS hug? And
it just feels like something feels like in my ribcage.
Okay.
It hurts really bad. Right there for a few minutes.
And it happens to you when you're stressed out?
Yes.
Okay. So this is your first time in trouble? Okay. It is definitely stressful. I have seen this happen quite a bit. But like at the end of the day, you are going to go home, and our goal is to make sure people are safer on the roadways.
I wasn't driving crazy. Pulled me over to my dad's.
Okay. Who pulled you over?
Jordan.
Okay. So, do you think officers arrested you because of your medical conditions, or did you actually use drugs?
Yes, Ro, they did. I'll show you that after we're done with these videos here, because I have a video on that now too that was just released.
I told them that I took a pain pill quite a while ago for my back.
Okay.
I've been on them for years and years. So I care. No problem.
Well, one of the officers also expressed that they believed you're under the influence of stimulants. Did you take a stimulant today?
I took my cold medicine this morning. I have an immune system deficiency. I get sick and it gets bad really quick.
So,
When I was in 2003, I was sick. I was all of a sudden sick, and then within 24 hours, I was put in a drug-induced coma. My right body was completely filled.
Jordan is the police officer that repeatedly pulls her over, and that was in this video. He's actually the officer that has her phone, that they're waiting on him to bring her phone back. I still don't understand that side of this, why he took her phone and held on to it, but so be it. Her boyfriend is Jimmy Mackey. Jordan is the police officer that is repeatedly pulling her over.
That one was really filled with fluid. My temperature never got over 99.
It's okay, Lisa.
I still can't argue at home.
okay.
I have to watch my health be careful.
You have to watch your what?
I have to watch my health be careful.
Okay.
Yes, this officer is Heidi, the same officer that was in the Brent Kopaka video, 100%.
What medical conditions do you have? You have arthritis.
Arthritis.
Okay.
My joints are always dislocating. I also, my upper shoulders, my arms, I forget what it's called, but they, basically I don't get enough blood flow and then it against my arms.
Okay.
Because my chest is too large. It's cut off all the nerves. I don't work right all the time. I don't understand what
Did a doctor diagnose that, or?
My doctor and police, yes, they're all diagnosed.
Okay.
I have PTSD, I have depression, I have insomnia. My husband.
They said it was an expired plate, Jen. I think it's because they saw her driving personally and pulled her over. That, especially if it was Jordan that pulled her over, because he's pulled her over multiple times. And here we are again. That's just my opinion, though.
Murdered in front of me. He shot 9 times. Our friend.
Where did that happen?
In Moscow.
In Moscow?
Yeah, I have other versions too, guys. Just stick around. I got more of this.
When was that?
Never really.
Who was your husband?
Charles Michael, he was shocking me from the bed.
And
then now I have to testify. A murder case too, so yeah, because I'm a DoorDash driver, so yeah.
you have to testify in which murder case?
Murder case with the college girls.
Oh.
My DoorDash driver, I saw right now. Very nice job. Car accident.
Okay.
You can
So
turn
you
your
think
camera off,
it's
Diane. I
all of
saw you.
those issues
Okay. Sorry about that.
under the influence of drugs?
No worries.
Okay. Molly, how do you spell your first name? And do you have a middle initial? And then how do you spell that? And when's your birthday? 12/29/80. Okay. And do you have a Washington driver's license? Idaho. Where do you currently live?
My boyfriend, I know the address, I explained it to her, but
Okay.
yeah, my parents' address, my address.
Thank you, Lana, for the super sticker. Truth and transparency is in the house. Hope you're having a good weekend, Lana. Be safe, dear. And thank you so much for that. God bless. Much appreciated.
Hey, do you got another one, Dago? That's from the when in the police car.
I have them all. Yeah, I'm gonna go to that one next, Johnny.
Oh,
Thanks for joining me,
okay.
bud.
Yep. Thank you for letting me on panel.
Yes, sir.
Where do your parents live? Okay. So how long have you taken the pain pill that you took? You said you've been taking it for years? For how many years?
Now, do you guys want me to continue on with this, or do you want me to go to the police car ride? Because we saw this before in the other video. It's the same one. I do same stuff, I believe. So let me know, and then there's one after this. So
Do you have the booster stuff, Dago, that you boost on the police car one? Because if you ain't got closed caption, I think don't really work on it. It's
yeah,
got to have some kind of audio boost.
that's what Christy gave me. She's got the one that's been fixed so that it's you can hear everything and see everything. So yeah. Excuse me, guys. So it's up to you guys. You want me to continue? Go to the other one. That's what I thought you guys were going to want. So I'll go back to the first one because that's the one everybody was saying that they already saw it, but at the end of it is where they actually transport her. We didn't see that part.
Yeah, I've seen that on. Shout out to EJ Evil, I think his channel. He was the one that wears the ball cap with glasses.
Oh yeah, I know. He got that from Christy here. Same, I believe.
Right,
Same
right,
person.
right. That's where I seen it.
Yeah, hang on a minute, guys. I'll pull that other back up and we'll go back and finish that part of it here. Sorry. Just trying to keep everybody happy. That's all. Give me 1 second here. All right. Again, thank you, Christy, for providing these. Great job, as always. Hang on.
You have the phone? No.
The first time we saw this, they had cut the police the ride in the cruiser to the station. So, and I think that's kind of important as well.
It's all important.
Here we go. Here we go. Okay.
So
Would you ask him about the dog too while you got him on the phone?
I believe it was via the police report, Jen. If that's what you're asking. How did Brian Hinton confirm she was DoorDash besides her just saying it? That's questionable. To be honest, I have an issue with all of. Oh, I agree. I understand. That's the only way I can imagine would be by collecting the police report. Is the only thing I can understand.
Dago,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Hopefully, I have an answer.
With this video and other things that are coming to light, I'm kind of getting the idea that this Moscow/Pullman area is more, what do I want to say? Has more of a rug issue than what I may have previously thought.
Well, if you remember listening to Dave's interview that he did with Lana,
Yes.
They remember that. Lana pointed that out a long time ago. Guys, please make sure we drop Truth and Transparency's link in here too. When she did that interview, and Jesse was here for that. Is Jesse still here, or did he leave?
He jumped.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what happened to him.
It's okay.
He was there and then he wasn't.
But he definitely pointed out after revisiting that Lana's interview with Dave, that's all he talked about. And Lana made it a point to ask specific questions to Dave, and it was boom, 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 boom. Yeah, there's a big issue with it, obviously, in my opinion. So, 100%.
And I'm thinking it's because a lot of those states like that do have that problem because they're border towns. You know what I mean? So like crossing state lines and stuff. I've noticed with a lot of like border towns that is an issue sometimes.
Okay, Jesse said he's still here. His internet dropped.
Oh.
That's the joys of living in a paradise.
He's probably resetting the modem or the router.
Yeah,
Help.
yeah, it's still pinned, Jesse. If you want to come back, bud. Anyway, so yeah.
Okay, so I'm not crazy when I'm thinking that this is more of an issue than
and
maybe
that's
is
mostly that way too
not
in
even,
college.
Not even
in college areas. In college areas, that's rampant too.
Yeah, no matter like when I used to go hang out at Ohio State, I said this 100 times. I wouldn't even go into the school. My friends went there, and it was every weekend. I mean, that's all I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
College is college, folks. That's all there is. Lana's made multiple references to when she went to college. I think she went to Cincinnati, but it's just that's part of what it is, guys. Unless you're in the older group that goes to college late. No, I was out of high school.
And it's bigger in little areas than it is bigger sometimes because of they're low key about it.
Yeah. OSU. I like I said, OSU. My friends all went there. I didn't go because I ended up going to the fire academy and blah blah blah. But it party, and I don't remember probably 65% of what I did on those weekends because I was, it's everywhere.
And the reason I say that is because even like at my, small college that had like 2,500, maybe 3,000 people, I don't even know, but it was between 2,500 and 3,000 people. And I was I was a big party goer, but I never encountered a lot of, I never personally did I never personally did drugs, but I'm sure that there were people that did that did more than just drink alcohol.
Yeah, and
then there was
that did a little bit of everything.
And it was probably more than what I thought, but I didn't think very many of us did that, but probably more than what I thought did.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm grateful that when I was doing this, fentanyl wasn't a thing back then because I probably wouldn't be here right now.
Now it's more dangerous.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't even be here. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. Everything's laced with something now. It's dangerous as shit, and it's scary. So,
I'm
grateful. I did my share of wild drugs and things like that back then, but now, Jesus Christ, I'd be scared to death.
And I just heard the other day recently, Dago, there's 3 different types of low-key marijuana, but I was thrown by that.
Oh, there's all sorts of stuff out there, folks. Like I said, I'm grateful that I don't do that stuff anymore. I'm grateful that I'm past and beyond all that because I probably wouldn't make it, guys. I was a real deal hardcore partier back then, so no two ways. Plus, when you play in a band, it's just kind of protocol.
It kind of goes with the territory.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand. Just saying. So
yeah,
that's all I'm saying about that. But yeah, this is where we are all talking about the first time we saw this. when that other person tried to put it out, was this part was cut out. So Christy gave us the real deal shit here, guys. So this will be the police cruiser ride and everything. Welcome back, Mr. Tool. Great point, Puck. Yeah, Lana's in the chat, or she was. She said hi to you, Jesse. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, I was mentioning that I gave a quote. Lana said it so eloquently about the support for Brian Kohberger compared to Karen Reed, and the difference between Brian Kohberger and Karen Reed is, as only Lana could put it, Brian has a dick and Karen has a pussy. My apologies if I offended anybody, but I thought that was brilliant.
That is 100% an Oriani quote that you'll never
That's
find
Lana.
anywhere else.
That's
I'll tell you
Lana.
right now. That's Lana for you. Yes,
I share her concern.
Well, she's correct. I mean,
she is. She's absolutely right.
I share her concern that a lot of people that supported Karen Reed don't seem to be willing to support Brian. Perhaps that being one of the reasons, but yeah, I think it's important for everybody who believes in the justice system to get behind Brian Kohberger
what
the same
is
way they
this
did
woman's
Karen
real
Reed.
name?
What did you say, hon?
What is this woman's real name? If it's not Molly,
that is her name, but there's a whole controversy behind this. And we can talk about that after the fact. Her last name, maiden name is Segota.
Wasn't there one called McMichaels? Wasn't McMichaels there 2 days ago?
This is the name that they have. McMichaels is the last name, and that's her boyfriend's last name, or her husband's, I'm sorry, that was killed in front of her last name. Her maiden name was Segota. And there's another name that has been attached to her, too, that we'll get into after the fact. So, we'll talk about that then. But either way, thank you guys for being here. And again, Christy, thank you for putting these videos out and doing this. Christy, okay, I just lost my complete total train of thought there. Hold on a minute. Where'd she go, Miss Christy? Jesus criminy, guys. Miss Christy put this out this way, okay? And anywhere you've seen it like this is where it came from her. Christy Nevada and her channel, guys, is what I'm saying. Initially, the video came out with Officer Axon, and then we're at this point now. So thank you again very much, Christy, for doing this. So here we go.
Dear cops, football coach, and everything else. What's that? He puts that over.
Now this is where it starts to pick up where we didn't see all this first time, guys. So pay attention to these things, and you'll see what we're talking about, or they were talking about.
So how do you get any drug stuff?
Turn it up all the way. I have it blasted, and listen close. There's some whispering and stuff that we're hearing that we never saw nor heard any of this the first time, guys. Just so you know.
It's not, I think.
I'm not.
What do you think your blood said from last time?
What I said.
So it's just for
Okay, her property straight.
is this?
Huh?
You need to get. Is this her property?
Yeah.
If you want to get going, I'll get her phone.
He said he'd drop it off when he was done with it because I don't know what they were doing. They were still in the middle of a conversation.
I think he's trying to get consent. But it's
Okay.
past that, I think. So
I can wait if I need to. It's not that
we'll
big
get
of a
it
deal.
to you.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah. Hey Molly, is it okay if he drops it off when he's done talking to him?
know what to do, please.
Okay, well, either way, you can't talk to him. So I can either wait here for him to be done with the call and hang up, and then I put your phone in property, or we can go back to the station and get started on what we need to get done, and he can bring it to us. But either way, I can't let you talk to him. It's up to you.
Let me go see what he's.
Okay.
So what happens now?
So now we go back to our holding facility, Pullman's holding facility, and I have some paperwork to go through with you. Okay, and you'll be in a holding cell for a little while after I go through that with you and get her done.
I don't want either. You've never been in trouble, so.
Okay.
We'll just get it to you. So
Okay.
we'll head to the PD as soon as we're done with the vehicle and everything.
Okay.
And we'll take care of the dog and all that stuff.
Perfect. Okay. All right, Molly, are you good with him bringing it to us?
Wait.
You want to what? I can't hear you, Molly.
Don't have any choice, do I?
It's up to you. I can wait here for him to be done on the phone and hang up, or I can go back to the station and he can drop it off. But it's just the longer you're going to be waiting, because either way, you're not making phone calls on it. So you just want what? Molly, I can't hear you. Molly, I still can't hear you. There's a lot of plastic in between us. You got to talk loud. Okay, we'll get going then and get started, and they'll bring it to us. Pullman 458 route to holding. Starting mileage 553.0.
Confirming 553.0.
He does. He is very aware. Deputy Alcantar told him.
Damn it. So I go to
Yeah, so we're going to go back to the Pullman holding facility, and I'm going to go through the DUI paperwork with you. And then once that's complete, I'm going to put you in a holding cell while I finish my end of the paperwork. And have you ever had a DUI before?
It is pending.
Okay. Okay, so I don't believe pending counts, but as long as you don't have any history of failing to appear for court, warrants being issued, prior DUIs.
County units, third party report of a domestic 261 Hardy Road, Lamont.
Then I will. Okay. Then if you don't have any history of that I can see, when I check your criminal history, then you'll be released within about 6 hours from the holding facility. Okay. And when you're released, it'll be straight from Pullman. So you'll be able to have somebody pick you up if they're available. Okay, you won't be booked into the jail in Colfax unless you have prior DUIs. We don't do that. You what?
I'm supposed to testify against Brian next year.
Brian?
Yep, I killed all the girls over Moscow.
So if you guys didn't hear that, she said she's supposed to testify against Brian next year. Back one more time, guys, and it shows it on the screen too, but it's clear as bell.
Straight from Pullman, so you'll be able to have somebody pick you up if they're available. Okay, you won't be booked into the jail in Colfax unless you have prior DUIs. We don't do that. You what? I'm supposed to testify against Brian next year. Brian? Yep, I killed all the girls over in Moscow. Well, this won't change any of that. He's lying on my record. I think they would be more concerned about the drug use than the DUI, Molly. hours? 6 hours. That's just the maximum amount of time we can hold somebody. So if paperwork goes faster than that, it could be less than 6 hours.
You put me on 5-8 DUI. Show me how to hold it. Cabinet, thank you. Speaking.
Pullman 458 arriving. Ending mileage 554.6. Come on out. Then we're gonna come right through here. Other side, please. Thank you. Someone open the door in. And then you can go have a seat in that chair, okay? Right there. Just a second. So,
Alcohol or drugs? Alcohol or drugs?
Okay, so from this point forward, I do believe we've seen everything here. And we need to move to the next video, I do believe. So the ride over was interesting. If I'm correct. Is that correct, Christy? We need to move to the next one now because we've seen everything at this point now from here forward. Where are we at here? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? No, it's really not a bomb drop. I think this kind of makes the state look stupider. That's my opinion. If that's okay, on we go to the next one, guys. Once again, thank you, Miss Christie, for these great stuff. We got 1, 2. This third one here, I think. Hang on. Okay. Extraction 11, body 3 video. Is it the third one or the last one, Christy? I think it might be the last one. Miss Noni, great to see you today. The next two are short. This is the fingerprinting one. Okay. This third one is. Okay. And this guy shows that she was fingerprinted, so on and so forth, for those of you that didn't know that or weren't familiar. All right, here we go. This shows where she was fingerprinted and all that for those of you that didn't know or didn't get to see all that, so that everybody knows that it did happen. So thank you all for being here. I appreciate you guys very much. And JC, Miss Diane, Tony, and Jesse, I'm always appreciative of having you guys join me up here. So thank you very much for all of you too.
Alright, let's do your fingerprints, photographs, and get you out of here. Leave the blanket in there. Alright. Stand here with your back, middle of your back up against this blue wall. Okay. Sorry. Just look straight ahead of this camera. Just get the camera ready. Looking at the camera. Okay. Leave your body still, but turn your head all the way to the right. This way. Leave your body still. Turn your head all the way to the right. Look at that dot over there. See that red one? Just as far as you can. Okay. Can you look back at this camera straight ahead? They had to retake that one. Okay. You good on both? Okay. All right. Do you have any tattoos? Your ankle. Let's see. Right ankle. Okay. And what we got? Flowers. Okay. Come on over and do your fingerprints. All right, this machine is real sensitive. It's going to do most of the work for us. I'm just going to push on your fingers to make the fingerprints pop. All right, left hand, all 4 fingers. Put it straight on like glass. I'm going to push my fingers. Okay, left thumb straight down. Okay, right thumb straight down. All 4 fingers. Okay, right thumb, we're going to roll it. We're going to go edge, 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 and lift. Okay. Lift.
Kind of like your fingers. Those 2.
Okay, left thumb. Okay, go ahead and see that brown chair. We're almost done. I know Officer Carpenter went over all this paperwork with you, but I'm going to go over with you again just so you are well aware of all the different things. Before we do that, I need a couple signatures from you. All right, first one is going to be here. This is the fingerprint card. Anytime someone's arrested, send off to the FBI, make sure you're on a wanted axe murder or something like that. second one, I need a signature right there. This is a disposition sheet. It's used by the court to track the progress of the case. So they check boxes like guilty, not guilty, things like that. This piece of paper is the criminal citation. I'll take a pen. Anytime someone is arrested, they get one of these, unless they get put into jail. So it has your information, where this all occurred, vehicle information, and the criminal charge, driving under the influence. Up on the top part is all the court information, but essentially what this part says is the next 15 days, you're going to be mailing your packet of papers to this address. If that is incorrect, or you want your paperwork to go somewhere else, call the court. Their phone number, website, mailing address right here. Why it's important to have a good address is if they assign you a court date and send you paperwork about that and you don't show up, there'll be a warrant for your arrest. Let's see. So, as Officer Carpenter explained, you have court at 1 p.m. at that location, Pullman. You land on a Pullman day, so it's just across the parking lot. Okay, have to be there. Don't show up, there's a warrant for your arrest. This piece of paper is your right to a hearing. And so this is for the potential upcoming suspension of your license. If you'd like that opportunity, make sure you fill this out, send it in. Again, you only have 7 days from today to mail it in. That's your registration for the vehicle. Looks like this was maybe you handed it to her or something. Oh no, this is the deputy. The deputy pulled you over. Looks like he issued you a citation for failing to renew your registration. Did he explain this to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Just remember, check 4 boxes. One of the 4 boxes, mail it in within 30 days. This is your copy of the breath ticket that detects alcohol. Just shows that you had all zeros, no alcohol in the system. Okay. Sorry. I didn't expect those to go. Yeah. I didn't expect it to go rolling.
You can turn your camera off, Diane.
Okay. It keeps kicking me off. I don't know what's going on.
If you click on anything else while you're up here, it'll bounce you anytime. If you're looking at text message or anything, if push any button at all, it'll bounce you out. So.
Oh. Well, I haven't touched anything because that happened. Well, before the power went out.
Yeah, sometimes it just throws people too for no reason. It's a pain in the butt. StreamYard has a tendency.
Yeah, StreamYard has a habit of just booting people at random.
Yes, it has a tendency to be bugging at times. If you ask SRB, she'll tell you. What happened to Jesse this time?
Now that you got your property back, I just need a signature right here that we gave you everything that we're holding on to.
So if you ask me, that was a whole ridiculous waste of time to do what they just did. They did all of this just to hand everything back and let her go at some point. That's so dumb. It's a waste of time, resources, and it's just, I know they have to get it on record and all that other stuff, but it's still stupid the way they do it, especially here.
So, was the reason they pulled her over her license plate or something?
That's my understanding, is they claimed the license plate. I personally think that they saw her driving, and this Jordan guy who pulls her over on a regular basis pulled her over because he saw her. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
In a sense, to kind of mess with her. You know what I mean?
I live in a small town, and I swear to God, my daughter was in jail at one point. And the Mooresville police come and go, we just seen your daughter driving. And I'm like, no, you didn't. Not unless you let her out.
Right. And I know that this is procedure and standardized operating procedures and all that kind of stuff, protocol. I get it. It's just, it's so ridiculous. Like for certain situational things, there's other ways I think you could do it. And it's just my opinion. I'm saying you don't have to agree with me, guys. Welcome, Charlotte. Good to see you. Welcome back. Just saying.
All right. Just grab that, your paperwork. This door here without a window, you're gonna push hard on it. Push hard on the second door, and you'll be right in that lobby, and you can make phone calls for someone to pick you up. You're welcome. Thank you. You too.
Great question, Katrinka. Wonderful to see you, Charla.
Wait, what?
All right, hang on, guys. I'll throw the next one up. Thank you so much for being here, Charlie. I really appreciate you very much. All right, hang on, y'all. This is the last and final, I do believe. Yep. Okay. And I do believe that this one is the one that has the boosted audio per se, so on and so forth. So here we go. And again, one more time, thank you so much, Miss Christie, for putting this stuff together and making it possible for us to be able to review this. No problem, nothing have asked. Thank you much. Creator from Jim Davis. Oh wow.
Alcohol or drugs. Alcohol or drugs. Can you run her triple?
Yeah, this is a different angle, body cam angle, guys. Sorry. I do believe. Have a great day, Marty. Hope to see you again soon. And thank you so much for being here today with us.
Mom, what's your address?
Where's Biff?
Oh my God, it's 131 North West Idaho. West Idaho. 131 North Garfield.
Thank you.
This is a different angle, a different body cam angle, and it's got amplified audio, Chet. That's why people have asked me to play it. And then we'll watch the what they're talking about with the new they're out looking for the weapon ridiculousness.
Request for DUI hearing form. So following this arrest, your license will be suspended. And so if you want to apply for an ignition interlock driver's license, you need to fill out this form and respond to the Department of Licensing within 7 days. So, all right, 7 days. I think it's better than 20.
No trouble. Nothing wrong.
If they find something, I agree with you, Mitch.
You Gregor for drug inward?
No. Yeah, and if it's just flat out DUI, they need all their implied consent and all that stuff.
Okay. So the first thing I'm gonna read you is just your name. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right at this time to return anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. If you are under the age of 18, anything you say can be used against you in a juvenile court prosecution for a juvenile offense. It can also be used against you in an adult court criminal criminal prosecution if the juvenile court decides that you are to be tried as an adult. You have the right to talk to an attorney before answering any questions. You have the right to have an attorney present for any questions. You cannot afford an attorney or be appointed for you without cause if you so desire. You can exercise these rights at any time. I understand my constitutional rights. I have decided not to exercise these rights at this time. This statement is made by me and may freely, voluntarily, and without threats or promises of any kind. Molly, yes or no? Yes, sorry. When you ask it. You want me to read it again?
That's what we are led to believe, Bree, that she is.
Sure.
Okay. Are you gonna do a warrant? I'm trying to find the latest email on it.
That's the other thing that I was gonna ask, because I didn't see anything in my email, but.
I know there was recently. I'll go try to find the answer upstairs.
Okay.
I guess I gotta go there. Six of that.
All right. So that hand, that's that. And I hold on a minute, you guys. Let me pull something out here. Sorry. 1 minute. So supposedly there's some stuff that's said here while she's in the police cruiser. People keep saying to go listen to CJ's version of it, which you absolutely can. When we're done with this, I don't see. I'm not saying not to. I just don't. There, you can definitely hear some of her conversation. I didn't know that it was any better than that. Hang on a minute here. Let me see something.
Throwing that out there too, okay? And then we can go from there. That's why because I want people to
Dear coach, football coach, and everything else.
What's that?
You could start over. I'm not.
What do you think your blood said from last time?
I believe it's this conversation right here where they're talking about her blood levels and the drugs and stuff like that. I think that's what everybody's talking about.
What I said.
Okay, her property's right.
Is this
Huh?
you need to get is this
Dear God, we're prepared.
what's happening?
I just boosted it a little bit more. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but excuse me. I can't hear some of what he's saying. If you have headphones on, you might hear it better. I boosted it. I have a little bit of an ability to do that, but this is max right here.
It's not my thing.
I'm not. What I said.
So it's just for
Her property's right.
is this
Huh?
you need to get is this her property?
Yeah.
You want to get going? I'll get her phone.
He said he'd drop it off when he was done with it because I don't know what they were doing. They were still in the middle of a conversation.
I think he's trying to get consent. But it's
Okay.
past that, I think. So.
I can wait if I need to.
I'm still curious why they're taking her phone and going in a different area than where she's going. That's a little strange to me. Like any other arrest I've ever seen, if they take somebody to a holding facility or to jail or to wherever, the phone goes with her in a property bag or with the police officer until it's done. And why is he going one place, she's going another place, and then the phone comes later? That's so weird to me. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. Maybe I'm not. I don't know, but I'm not comfortable with him. And that's just my opinion. I'm just saying.
Too much history there.
Yeah.
It's not that
We'll
big of
get
a
it
deal.
to you.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah. Hey, Molly, is it okay if he drops it off when he's done talking to him? Okay, well, either way, you can't talk to him. So I can either wait here for him to be done with the call and hang up, and then I put your phone in property, or we can go back to the station and get started on what we need to get done, and he can bring it to us. But either way, I can't let you talk to him. It's up to you.
Let me go see.
Yeah, that right there, that phone stuff could be
So
against
now
his
we
right.
go back to our holding facility, Pullman's holding facility, and I have some paperwork to go through with you. Okay, and you'll be in a holding cell for a little while after I go through that with you and get her done.
I don't want either. You've never been in trouble, so.
Okay.
We'll just get it to you. So
Okay.
We'll head to the PD as soon as we're done with the vehicle and everything.
Okay.
And we'll take care of the dog and all that stuff.
Perfect. Okay. All right, Molly, are you good with him bringing it to us? You want to what? I can't hear you, Molly.
Don't have any choice, do I?
It's up to you. I can wait here for him to be done on the phone and hang up, or I can go back to the station and he can drop it off. But it's just the longer you're going to be waiting, because either way, you're not talking to making phone calls on it. So you just want what? Molly, I can't hear you. Molly, I still can't hear you. There's a lot of plastic in between us. You got to talk loud. Okay, we'll get going then and get started, and they'll bring it to us. Pullman 458 route to Holding. Starting mileage 553.0.
Confirming 553.0.
He does. He is very aware. Deputy Alcantar told him. Damn it.
Yeah, that's why he had the phone. That was the reason why. I don't know. It's just the whole thing's a little strange to me. That's all.
Yeah, it's usually, like you said, Dago, phones usually go in an evidence bag or property bag.
I just think that if the guy was there or whatever, or they could have, I think they could have. I don't know. It's just a little off for me. That's all. Welcome, Bobby. Good to see you, bud.
So he has her phone talking to her boyfriend about his truck?
About them towing the vehicle, yeah. Which is another strange, weird situation. They usually don't go there. I don't know. Just ignore me, guys. I'm just out speaking what I'm thinking. So
Yeah, so we're going to go back to the Pullman holding facility, and I'm going to go through the DUI paperwork with you. And then once that's complete, I'm going to put you in a holding cell while I finish my end of the paperwork. And have you ever had a DUI before? It is pending. Okay. Okay, so I don't believe pending counts, but as long as you don't have any history of failing to appear for court, warrants being issued, prior DUIs.
County units, third party report of a domestic 261 Hardy Road, Lamont.
Then I will. Okay. Then if you don't have any history of that I can see, when I check your criminal history, then you'll be released within about 6 hours from the holding facility. Okay. And when you're released, it'll be straight from Pullman. So you'll be able to have somebody pick you up if they're available. Okay, you won't be booked into the jail in Colfax unless you have prior DUIs. We don't do that.
I also think it's weird. Sorry about the echo, you guys. I also think it's weird that they were talking earlier on about how her blood, or at some point, her blood work from before is taking forever to come back. And I've never heard of a situation where it takes 9 months or however long it is to get somebody's blood work back on something like this. It's not that.
Yeah, usually like 3 weeks, not a month, not that long.
If even that long, you know what I mean? That's crazy to me. So I don't know.
You what?
I'm supposed to testify against Brian next year.
Brian?
Yep, all the girls over in Moscow.
Well, this won't change any of that.
He's lying on my record.
I think they would be more concerned about the drug use than the DUI, Molly.
All right, guys, we watched this part already too. So again, thank you, Christy, for putting these out here. Very much appreciated. Please go over everybody and subscribe, hit the notification bell, and hit the like button on Christy's videos. She's doing a great job doing the things she's doing. And the last thing I'm going to throw at you guys here is something we talked about a little bit here before I let you guys get away from. I'm sure you're tired of me by now. Is hold on a minute here. This situation here. Hold on.
Well, this is actually interesting. How much you want to bet they find it?
1 second. Mama Bear sent this to me this morning. Give me 1 second.
Do we even know, Daigle, if they searched that truck, that whole truck?
Say that again.
Do they know if they searched that truck? Because like when that one officer was thinking there was meth in the back, remember? I was just wondering if they searched all that whole truck.
I have no idea, Don. I don't know. I would imagine that they, well, unless they were given permission, I don't know if they did. That's interesting. I definitely don't know if they did. So
yeah, that's just something that's missing from that videos that I would think. Because remember that one officer said when he looked in the back, he thought he seen meth.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, what he was doing is he was trying to get her to run over there and open the door by saying, "Does that mean these drugs in this truck belong to you?" And she's like, "What drugs? What drugs?" And she was going to go and open the door, and then he could have went in without having a warrant for it.
Without a consent. Yeah.
Right. That's what he was. He was kind of playing around with her a little bit. So that's they're allowed to do that. I think it's ignorant, but you know, it is what it is. Like I said, I feel bad for her in the sense that, like, this is somebody's daughter, mother, possibly sister. You know, if it was a family member to any of us, like, she's going through a time here, obviously, and people are really pretty hard on her for like her addiction issues. And I don't believe in doing that. I don't believe in making fun of people for that in that sense. That's just me. Not everybody feels the same way I do. I get it, but
I'm not making fun of her. My
no,
daughter is a meth addict, and I feel very sorry for anyone that, you know, has that addiction or any addiction.
Yeah, it's a disease, folks. It's a disease for sure.
But my problem with her is if the state is going to call her and go, "Hey, here's our witness."
Yes.
And then Nan Taylor goes, "Was you arrested? Did you have, how many times you've been arrested? And what is your real name?"
And that's what they're going to do when they put her on the stand. If they do, that is 100% what they're going to do, because they have to. You know what I mean?
But how? I mean, I'm a little confused here. I'm not an attorney or even that smart. But how do you think you're going to win a case when, like I said, and they have zero, as I know right now, zero proof he was ever in that house.
Right.
And you're going to have a lady who has a drug addiction, who was arrested. What was it? September of last year.
Yeah.
Comes down to the jury.
And she was arrested once before, and they're waiting on the blood results. I know one thing: I will never ever step foot in Moscow, Idaho. I have.
Many people won't.
It is just unbelievable what. I mean, you got a cop going, hey, I'm going to talk to your boyfriend. I mean, why? His truck's being towed. You towed him that.
Yep.
And you go, oh, well, here's where, the impound yard is, and this is how much it'll cost you to get it out. You don't have a 5-hour conversation with them.
That's right.
And I would never have allowed anyone to take my phone.
Yes, ma'am. Agreed. Most definitely.
So, I mean, I feel so bad for the families. Even Steve, I feel bad for him. His daughter, and he might as well. He says too, Kaylee and Matt. I cannot even imagine in a million years what he's going through.
Sure.
And he has sided with the prosecution, who has turned this into a joke.
100%. Yes, ma'am. I do agree.
It just keeps getting wilder and wilder.
And it will continue to do that until August 11th, in my opinion. All right, guys, let's check this out. This is in reference to the community volunteering to go out and search for this weapon that I'm going to tell you what I think after the fact here.
Oh, God.
Bear with me.
Bounce from one doctor to the next. Does it have to be like this?
At Kaiser Permanente, we have a different kind of health care, where all of us work together for all that is you.
Watch Adam and the Movies Fridays during Good Day Seattle. Sponsored by your Western Washington Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. Scratch-made dough, hand-chopped veggies, hot from your oven. We make great pizza, so you can make the pizza great.
Fox 13 Weather is sponsored by McDonald's. Sip a frozen Fanta Blue Raspberry with the Eternal Blue all Sounders summer long. You bring the cheer, we bring the chill with lemonade and your favorite cold drinks for just $2.29.
Power up your summer fun with the power of choice. Toyota's lineup offers the most electrified hybrid and all-wheel drive choices. Now you can take advantage of limited time offers on your favorite new Toyotas. Toyota, let's go places.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, I want to show you another live vantage point there as that camera has.
Bear with me, guys. It won't let me skip these, so.
Gotten to a more stable position. This is happening right now in New York. It's called the March to Gaza NYC protest that's going on right now in the middle of the city. So again, we all know that this is on the heels of this announcement.
You know what? I just might have to read it to you because this is going to show me all the stuff. You don't want anything like that. So, okay, where we're at here. Community searching for knife in 1 second, guys. My apologies. In the University of Idaho, student murders. While both, hold on, Brian Cober's trial, blah, 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 blah. Volunteers are needed for the search on June 21st and 22nd, which is today and tomorrow, with instructions to contact police if the knife is found. The trial for the man accused of murdering 4 students is expected to get underway this summer, while both sides are finalizing their list of witnesses, making sure they've got their evidence and necessary documents in order. One key thing is still missing from the case: the actual murder weapon. Now, a community effort hopes to change that. I'm not used to having over 1 million views for any particular post on a space like Facebook. Jason Jensen, licensed private investigator with 30 years of experience, said. Over the years, he has worked on several high-profile cases like the JonBenet Ramsey case, O.J. Simpson. He's not involved in Kohberger's, but has been following it closely. The thing that I find most intriguing about it is the fact that the murder weapon is missing, Jensen said, which is why on today and tomorrow, he scheduled a search to find the knife used in the murders of Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Janet Kernoodle. He's looking for volunteers. The plan is to search for a 35-mile area. I think there's a good probability that the knife would be found on the route between Moscow, Idaho, and Pullman, Washington, along the routes of 95, then north on 195, Jensen said. He adds, given Kohberger's reported fascination with serial killer Ted Bundy, bullshit, Jensen believes that Kohberger is behind these crimes, that he could have thrown the knife out of his car, one of the things that Bundy was notorious about other than crimes themselves. Now, here's my feeling on this, folks. Brian is a criminology student with a PhD. This man is not stupid enough to drive down the road and throw a murder weapon out the window if he did this, in my opinion, okay? That's dumb. That's absolutely dumb. If he did this, is what I'm saying. So, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. This is about as ridiculous as it gets, folks. So,
is there any water by there, Dago? Is there any lakes or streams or ponds by there?
Because Bundy threw things out the window, or supposedly did things like this. Brian is not Bundy. He doesn't act like Bundy. I don't believe he's obsessed with Bundy. This is ridiculous. And yes, there are waterways.
That's where I think it'd be if it is anywhere. It's in the water.
I don't think that. I don't even think it's that. Whoever did this, I think, took it with them, destroyed it. Maybe the Snake River, something like that, possibly. Who knows? But
Yeah.
I highly doubt. And I'm gonna tell you guys right here and now. You hear me say this as it is daylight to nighttime. If somebody comes out of this with a knife or a weapon, I'm calling bullshit. Straight right here, right now, bullshit. There is no way in hell, especially if it's a K bar. I'm done at that point. Because that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Or Garden City. That's very correct, Phenomenon. There's no way in hell they're
Yeah,
gonna find
like
this
that.
knife.
I don't think it'll ever be found.
And I'm gonna call bullshit. I'm calling bullshit right now. Okay. If
Yeah,
that happens, I'm saying bullshit.
yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the police did search. I guess I don't know.
To
Probably
some
not.
extent, yes.
They did search for a weapon, right? But then it comes out it may not be a K bar, which I don't think it is. I really don't. But you find the knife and you go, hey, here it is. How the hell do you know here it is? That knife could have come from anybody. I just don't see how the state's going to pull this off. I really don't.
It's going to be interesting. I don't think it's. I think it's going at least 4 to 6 months. I think a trial.
I think the jurors are going to be mad as hell that they had to sit because everybody's heard everything from Dateline to
Yeah,
what's on
it's all
YouTube,
out there. There's nobody's not heard this case.
yeah, to the news, this, that, neighbors. Everybody has heard about it. I don't know. I just don't think like I said, I don't think he's going to be found guilty unless they have a picture and go, look, see, this was taken off of the phone. Here he is. He's in the house. Until they can do that, I don't see how anybody with a conscience can go, well, yeah, he's guilty. I mean, I just really don't. And I
You're
feel
muted,
bad for.
Dago. You're muted.
I'm with Sarge on this. I don't believe that this jury that they put together, which is going to be a very difficult thing, guys. We all know that. If they can put this jury together and they have any kind of common sense with the stuff that is presented to them, with what they see, unless there's some kind of a slam bombshell that comes from the prosecution, which I'm telling you,
I don't think that happened.
It's not going to happen. That there's no way they could find this kid guilty in this crime. That's just my opinion. So, and I think I'm gonna have to bring it to a close here, guys. We've been here going on 5 hours, so thank you guys so very much for joining me today. Diana, always appreciate your input. Same with you, Dawn, and of course Sarge, Jesse, JC. Always appreciate you guys as well. Everybody in the chat, you guys, your input's amazing. Again, Christy, thank you so much for the videos. You did an amazing job with those. Does anybody have anything to add to this? Diane or Dawn, anything to
Yeah,
add
I
before
just
we move?
appreciate you letting me on the panel, and we'll just have to wait and see the trial and see what goes on.
Absolutely. I'm sure we'll do this again here soon. No worries.
I told you I started the
catch you
Idaho
later.
4 with you, Dago, and
Yeah.
I'm going to end it with you. I'll watch the trial, everything.
Oh yeah, we'll be watching the trial from start to finish. Any other hearings from start to finish. I've tried to run every hearing they have, beginning to end. I guess not everybody does that. I found out they just run clips of it, but I like to run the whole thing. I don't want to miss anything on this.
This is, and I think this court, when it goes to trial, and the non-evidence that keeps coming out from the prosecution, I think you're going to see Steve G's head explode.
I pretend, yeah. If it plays out that way, I agree with you completely and totally. I agree with you. Let me double check something before we leave, too, guys. I always like to do this just to make sure. What is today? Saturday or Saturday? I might be back in here tonight, guys. See what happens. either to run a paranormal show or some kind of a music thing I was asked to do. So if anybody's into that, we'll see what we get.
Oh, I'll do that. I'll be there.
Yeah, depending on what my rules of engagement here are with my boss lady, my wife. She wants me because she got things for me to do. I promise you, she's waiting on me.
A honey-do list, huh?
Yes, I have a honey-do list every day, so and I don't mind it. It's just hotter than hell outside
So I
today,
just got the
so
full police report.
it's
on
gonna be
the
hot out there.
Oh yeah, it is.
But yeah, it's very hot. But yeah, that's about it. But if not, let's see. It is what time is it now? 4.
Yeah, 4.
It's 4. So I might be back in here tonight between 8 or 9, guys. Depending on, like I said, what the boss has in store for me, we'll see. If you see my son, well, we're doing the music thing, and if you don't, then we'll throw some. If we do a paranormal thing, I'm gonna tell you guys now. So we're gonna head up the Jersey Devil and the Michigan Dogman is probably what we're gonna do tonight. Or yeah, that was my plan for last week, and I changed it up. So
Hey,
that's coming
Dago.
up. Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever thought about like doing a mock trial? Having somebody as the prosecution.
Yeah. Yes, I have actually.
You definitely get Miss Potts. I love her. I think she would be a great Ann Taylor.
Yeah, if I could find Annie and get her, yeah, we've talked about doing a mock trial once before, I think it is, and I have no problems doing that. I think that would be great.
You can be the judge.
Yeah, yeah, I would. I'd definitely be a little different than Hitler, but I could pretend to be him. Yeah, that would be interesting to say for sure.
Because
say.
Well, except for the Delphi, and I'm so sorry. I don't talk to her anymore because I think that was some bullshit what happened. But
Oh, agreed. I can understand. Well, listen, I can understand her point. They want the families to have justice, but at the cost of somebody else's life being lost makes no sense to me.
no, and that's what I told her. I said, you're telling me that I'm like, because I asked her, I said, are you telling me that you didn't think you did it, but you went ahead and put a guilty verdict on it?
That's exactly, and like I said, a lot of people want, after 7 years, they wanted these families to have closure, but at the same time, you're destroying somebody else's family and somebody else's life. That's what doesn't make sense. Yes, Thomas, thank you, and 3 cheers for Christy Nevada for those videos. She did amazing. But yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Diane. That's insane, and I feel horrible for Richard Allen's family.
Yeah, because he will. I think they filed for an appeal, and he will get it. I mean,
they did.
The DNA, it's not his. It was never wasn't tested, but it's not his. And I'm like, then how do you know it's his if it wasn't tested? And then I hear, oh well, it was a female, but he's a male.
I think any DNA. Here, I'm gonna tell you right now. Most of you guys know this already. I think that Ron Logan is the most responsible party in that case, and he's deceased. There's nothing they can do about it. I think he's a bridge guy. I think it's his voice we hear on the audio, and it was on his property. And I think that many people, even including FBI and state police, thought Ron Logan did this. His girlfriend thought he did this. At that point, in my opinion, Ron Logan did this. So, but there's nothing you can do. So they had to have a fall guy, okay? And it's the whole thing's ridiculous to me. And it really kind of like makes me sick thinking that there's somebody sitting there that didn't do it. Just like with this case, if that happens,
The prison that he's in is not.
No, it's not.
Isn't going to be friendly to him.
Not at all.
At all, because they're with
finds
children.
out, if he were to get out, which most people know already because of news and everything else, it's dangerous for him to be in there for being accused of what he did, especially if he didn't do it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's very sad.
Yeah, we count on the prisoners, what we call lowlives, sitting in prison to handle individuals who have done things to children that should never have been done. So when something happens in prison, we're going, well,
Yes, ma'am. Agreed.
But he, I don't know. It's just if the jury and with Brian Koberger wants to give the family some closure, the family's closure, I guess they'll convict him and go, well, I don't think he did it, but for the families, if it was me, I'd be like, no, excuse me. I don't think he did it. You
I
haven't
agree.
even proved he was there. And
I
my
agree.
child, I would lose it. But I think Steve G's head will explode in that courtroom.
Yes, ma'am. I do agree with you, Diane. I absolutely do. Thank you again so much for joining me up here. I appreciate you so much, and I hope
Oh, I love you to death, Dago.
I appreciate that so much. I appreciate and love all of you guys here as well. And like I said, if it wasn't for all of you, I wouldn't be here at all, guys. So thank you once again. I hope you all have a great rest of your day until I see you again soon. Again, Diane, have a great night, and I will see you soon. Hopefully, you can do this again.
Okay.
right.
Chat and everybody, thank you for having me, Dago. And I want to say one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
The AB theory, it's not that.
No,
They wouldn't have, like I said, the house would be spotless. There would be no, it just, and I know a lot of people think that, the rugs are involved, and I do agree, but it wasn't the AB who went in there. It just, they have a style. They know what they're doing.
Oh, definitely.
They plan it out, this and that. They got this down to a T and blah, blah, blah. This was kind of messy. You got a glove outside. You got blood on a banister.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Blood D on the thing. That is not, and I promise you, that is not the AB way. It just isn't. No, there's no witnesses at all.
No, they don't leave that like that at all. That's an absolute fact. Yes, ma'am.
And cartels,
definitely don't.
They don't care. Who's in the house? They're gone.
If that was what that was, they'd have went in there with the gun and boom, bang, boom, it's over and moved on. That's the end of it.
Yes.
So,
yeah. This, like I said, you take time to carve. What was it? Both his legs or just one?
I don't know if it was one or both, but still, the time it takes to do that doesn't make any sense. So.
That's personal. I mean,
yeah.
And I will say this. I was raped back in 2017 by my supervisor.
I'm sorry.
And his fingerprints and other DNA was all over my shorts, my shirt, everything. I thought, oh, this is great. They, they're telling me, here it is. They got him.
Right.
His lawyer walked into that courtroom and tore it down to where the judge goes, well, it is just trace DNA, so it's inadmissible.
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
And
I'm so sorry that happened to you, dear. So sorry.
So I don't see how, and I had more.
Still there? Or audio draw. Okay. Well, either way, again, Diane, thank you so much for joining us. God bless, and I hope to see you again soon. And that goes for all the rest of you guys. Don't forget, guys, to love yourselves and love each other. Please, please, please don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you guys all very soon.
Like a lover's last fight. The air's electric in the neon light. A place where lies and truth collide. Order a double shot and swallow your pride. Smoke curls up like whispers from the grave. No redemption here, no soul to save.